केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
हाथ, ये जो हाथ है ना, सिर्फ लकड़ी ही नहीं, हमारा कल भी तराशते हैं। बंद हो या हो कोई स्ट्राइक, इनका शटर हमेशा खुल जाता है। इन हाथों का यही तो आपसे नाता है और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी,
Jingle, 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 jingle.
बस आज का
Jingle, 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 jingle.
चल करें थोड़े,
Single, 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 single.
क्योंकि तू है
Single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m.
Hello and welcome. You watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vashajani and with me is Puneet. I think the way I'm smiling, I don't think the markets are reacting that way. But, well, what can we do, right? Puneet was just telling me today that every day we wake up, we just see the red on the screen and then go back to sleep. I think that's, it's just, one of those things that we've gotten used to, unfortunately. And that's the story of the markets. The Nifty 50 is down by about 0.9%, below the 23,900 levels again. The Bank Nifty also under pressure, almost 1% of a downtick is what we're seeing there. Quickly, if we can see the Nifty heat map and see as to what are the counters that are under pressure. The Auto Pack remains under pressure. M&M, Eicher Motors, Tata Motors, Maruti Suzuki, all down in that range of 2 to 3 odd %. Eternal continues to be under pressure as well, down by about 3 odd %. The Bajaj Twins also not doing very well in trade today. But some counters which are kind of, doing well and keeping the Nifty in check. You have Coal India, which is up 1.5 odd %. There is also Power Grid, NTPC, Reliance, which is doing fairly well. So that's with regards to where the Nifty 50 goes. The broader markets, the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250, also are under pressure. The mid cap 150 down by about 1.4 odd %. The small cap 250 down by about 1.5%. So underperforming the benchmarks for sure. The BSE 500, if we can quickly see that chart, before I go on to Puneet for a very interesting conversation. Adani Total Gas leading that pack up 8%, followed by TTK Prestige on the back of the induction, cooktop surge, plus NLC, Sterlite, etc. also doing fairly well. On the flip side, you have Tejas Networks, Rajesh Exports, Indocent as well as Astral, which are down by about 4% each. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But we've been talking about, Puneet, since yesterday about the Jal Jeevan mission, and a lot of companies stand to benefit from this entire theme coming in, and Supreme Industries is also one of them.
Well, most certainly. I think the expectations that the outlay would be increased were a little limited at this point of time, but that has come in and will benefit a lot of companies, especially in the piping space as well. So let me welcome in Mr. MP Taparia. He's the chairman of Supreme Industries. Mr. Taparia, thanks so much for joining in. It's Puneet this side. We've largely seen the allocation of center as well as state increase now in Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0. Now, you have spoken about the previous scheme in the past as well. Just talk to us firstly in terms of what's been achieved, right? Because of the 19 crore households in the rural area, 12 crore already have that. So you have that incremental opportunity now. Could you give us some perspective for Supreme Industries? How will you benefit from this increased outlay? What was done in Jal Jeevan Mission for Supreme 1.0 and what is expected in 2.0?
We will definitely be benefited by the increase in the outlay, but we are well equipped to supply them at a very competitive price. We have got facility to make this type of pipe in all the 4 zones of the country, and we have got capacity to supply up to 2,000 crore rupees pipe year after year. And we know that the requirement will be much larger by them, but they are planning now 12 times expansion than what they were spending in the earlier 2 years. Earlier 2 years, they were spending around 2,000 rupees monthly, and now the budget has come, which is 25,000 rupees per month. And this is a very, very well thought out mission of the government, and we are confident that this time they will completely succeed and implement it. And this will definitely give boost to our business to the extent of 2,000 crore every year.
2,000 crores every year is the expectation. Now, this is a 3-year scheme, Mr. Taparia, extended till 2028. So, could the expectation be that 2,000 crores will be added in FY 27 and 28 from the scheme? And if you can give us some perspective of how investors...
When they start spending, it will definitely...
Yeah, Mr. Taparia,
when they start spending that type of money, you will definitely get the share.
You will definitely get the shares. Got it. And is the expectation from the current products that you supply there, how are the margins in that? Is that in line with the industry average and your average that you do in the other business as well? Or is it slightly higher? Could you give us some perspective?
In Jal Jeevan Mission, by design, we keep a low margin pricing, and the same policy will continue.
And Mr. Taparia, very quickly, before we wrap this conversation, there has been a lot of talk essentially in terms of which states do you have exposure to. Could you give us perspective? Because UP as a state, while the opportunity is quite large, the payments have been quite slow in terms of coming for the players, and a lot of EPC companies have also highlighted that as well. So for you, which states are you targeting in Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0, as well as what your current exposure was with the 1.0 scheme as well?
No, for Jal Jeevan Mission, we are geared up to supply all the state. As I told you, we are going to plant in all the zones of our country, and there are 9 plants where we are manufacturing polyethylene pipe. So we are able to supply at a very low freight cost and quality product. So we can supply to each of the states of the country.
Got it. So, and final question. So, UP, Madhya Pradesh and Orissa, are you supplying to these 3 states as well? And is there any receivable that is pending for Supreme Industries right now from these 3 states?
We could plant making polyethylene pipe in UP also, in Kanpur, Dehat, and earlier time we were supplying to UP.
Okay, but any receivables pending from UP, MP or Orissa?
There's some echo in your voice.
No, sir, I was just asking if there is any receivables that are pending right now from these 3 states, from Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh as well as Orissa. For Supreme Industries, is there any receivables pending is my question.
No, we don't have any outstanding with Tamil
Okay, no outstanding.
We don't have any outstanding.
Got it. Perfect, sir. Thanks so much for joining in. We, of course, will have a longer conversation post your results, but thank you for giving us time here at NDTV Profit today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that's Supreme Industries, and the opportunity is so large, as Mr. Taparia highlighted as well. But viewers, let's get back to Ask Profit now. Let me also welcome in firstly Shaina Mukaddam, the independent market experts on the fundamental side. Kush Bora, as always, every Thursday here with us in the studio. Kush, welcome to the show and thanks so much for joining in. Firstly, let us get a quick call from you on, on both the Nifty as well as the Nifty Bank, because we've seen yet again coming back to the 23,500 levels, a very lucrative one, a lot that technical analysts have highlighted. Is the momentum from here, or do you expect that reversal yet again? And where is the long-term support that you're looking at now? Because this was the one which we'd spoken about. So where do you see that?
Yeah, so first of all, very good morning. The screen doesn't show that it's a good morning per se, right? But keep our spirits up. I think there could be some more pressure going forward because the kind of sell-off that we saw yesterday, makes the day before rebound a very clear dead cat bounce. And the big boys are taking a knock. That's the worry. Now, yes, from a long-term perspective, 23,300, 23,500 does have some meaningful support, but there is a gap at 22,800 that could well be filled if the issues persist and if the markets continue to slide lower. My concern, or rather my my outlook, however, is that bottom formation is a process. It's not a single event. एक बार नीचे आगे level touch किया हो गया. So it takes time. And the first sign of bottom formation is when the buying just goes missing. That's where we are right now. Once you see complete pessimism on the street and no one's just interested on buying, I think that's when things will start to perhaps turn around. Once you have a clarity that this war is over and the crude prices start to cool off, I think there could be an immediate uptick and a V-shaped kind of recovery. Of course, it's a challenge to predict where it will come from, but I'm taking this dip in a constructive light.
Okay, all right. So that's the holistic view on where the technicals stand for the benchmarks, of course. But let's start taking your queries. For viewers tuning in, you can give us a call on the numbers that's flashing on your screen up there, and even WhatsApp us your stock-related queries, because it's, I think, very much required right now. The first question that we have is from Lalita, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Paras Defence. She's got around 20 shares, bought at the levels of 713. She's sitting on a loss of around 1,000 odd rupees, 900 odd rupees, and she wants to know as to whether she can hold, sell, or average at the current levels. I know Kush will say no to the average part, but Kush, what's the view on the charts for Paras Defence?
So, like one would have expected, the defense names are holding ground, some of them even gaining ground, right?
Yeah.
Just in the light of that, the stock's actually just gone sideways, a very rectangle kind of a move on this one. I would suggest a hold. And has become the norm, and as I rightly pointed out, no averaging, because if things turn around, these stocks that have been holding could actually start taking a dip. So you should hold on to this. I don't see a very big upside from these levels. Maybe the recent highs of about 750 could well come into play, but you should continue to hold, keep a stop loss at the 625 mark, and if that is broken, I think the structure will get damaged. But for now, continue to hold for 625. Exit between your cost and the 750 level.
Got that view, Kush. But the first caller for the show. Dialing in from Andhra Pradesh now. Tejpal has a stock query for us. Tejpal, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Very good morning. My portfolio is over 2 crores.
Okay.
Today I've done some tax harvesting. I have a 10 lakhs in cash with me. I want to take little risky bet in PC Jewelers.
PC
I want to
Jewelers.
buy 1 lakh shares at the current market price.
Okay, and will this be a short-term view or a long-term view, Tejpal?
No, I can hold up to 1 year.
Okay, 1 year. Shaina, welcome to the show. It's a very disputed, volatile name in that sense, and we have seen that the performance hasn't been exemplary at all, barring Titan from either of those players in the jewelry space. Would you recommend Tejpal to even venture into PC Jewelers right now?
Well, yeah, it's like a penny stock, and in terms of overall performance, while it has been quite okay for the first 9 months, I think there is going to be some volatility. What I would say is that it is better to exit for now and then maybe relook at it once the overall situation stabilizes in terms of gold and the availability. And I would say that, and the buying also, that should come back. So I would say as of now you exit and relook at it after a couple of months.
Okay. Of course, there has been fundamental, updates coming for this one where they've turned around their entire debt. But Kush, this was a momentum stock at some given point of time. But in the past, I think 6 months, it's fallen around 34%.
In fact, the entire pack has fallen off like a cliff, and like there's no tomorrow. So for me, this pack was something that I would stay away from for the longest time until I found one stock, which is Thangamale Jewelers. Now, if you'll recall, I've mentioned this stock in the past as well on the channel, on the show, and I still remain very constructive on this. And whatever's happening recently, with the kind of profit booking dip and the kind of swing with the markets that you're seeing, presents an interesting opportunity. So I would suggest, if he's open, Tejpal could consider Thangamale instead of PC Jewelers. The price point itself, the ticket size itself might seem attractive on PC Jewelers, but from a technical standpoint, Thangamale is something that I prefer. I would though keep a positional stop loss at 29.50.
Got the view. So 29.50 is what you should watch out for on Thangamale. But largely, a PC Jeweler is view coming in from both China and Kush on this one. But the next question is on KPR Mills. Our viewers bought at 950, holding 200 shares. He's asking if he should sell out at this point of time or continue to hold. Kush, would you recommend that?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea to exit out of this one. The entire pack again has not seen a sustainable up move despite any kind of news that that's come about its way. So yes, the moves that you've seen in the last 10-15 days or so is obviously accentuated because of the news flow. But overall also there isn't much going for this entire space. I would suggest if he still wants to give himself a bare chance, a slimmest of the chances, keep a tight stop loss at 799, 795. If things cool off and rebound, then you might see some uptick and the loss could be lesser. But the first view would be to exit. But like I said, an outside chance, keep a stop loss at 795.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on KPR Mills. But we've got Mohan calling us from Bareilly. Mohan, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
गुड मॉर्निंग मैम मेरी क्वेरी है बाडीला इंडस्ट्री पे. मैं बाय करना चाह रहा हूँ बाडीला इंडस्ट्री को दिसंबर तक के लिए 6 महीने के लिए.
ओके, ऑलराइट.
इसका मैं फंडामेंटली और टेक्निकल लेवल पे चार्ट तो अच्छा लग रहा है, पर तभी मैं कुछ सर से इसका व्यू लेना चाहूंगा चार्ट का.
ठीक है मोहन. आई टेक दिस अप विद कुश. कुश, आई मीन फंडामेंटली तो लास्ट 3 साल में कंपनी ने कोई टॉप लाइन ग्रोथ नहीं करा है, बट चार्ट्स डू यू थिंक दिसंबर तक अभी लेना चाहिए, कंसीडरिंग समर स्पाइक आएगा इसमें, कंसीडरिंग दैट सेल्स आइसक्रीम्स?
पहले तो मोहन बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ये क्वेरी मेरी तरफ डायरेक्ट करने के लिए डायरेक्टली. लेकिन जिस समर स्पाइक की हम बात कर रहे हैं ना, आई थिंक समर भी जल्दी आ गया और वाड़ीलाल में जो प्राइस मूवमेंट है ये भी जल्दी आ गया है. क्योंकि अगर आप देखें तो आई थिंक पिछले 1.5-2 महीने में ये स्टॉक 4000 से ऑलरेडी अबाउट 5000 प्लस लेवल्स तक जा चुका है. उसके बाद आप इसको सस्टेन करता हुआ नहीं देख रहे हैं. तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि इसमें ट्रैक्शन है, लेकिन क्या ये बहुत बड़ा बेट होना चाहिए आपके पोर्टफोलियो में, आपके ट्रेडिंग पोजीशन में? उसके लिए मैं कहूँगा नहीं. मेरे लिए एक क्रिटिकल लेवल है ऑन द अपसाइड विच इज 5150 टू बी वेरी प्रिसाइज. टेक्निकली एक फॉलिंग ट्रेंड लाइन रेजिस्टेंस बनता है. अगर वो लेवल क्रॉस होता है तब आप इस स्टॉक में मोमेंटम आते हुए देखेंगे. तो एक कंडीशनल बाय बनता है ऑन द अपसाइड, वरना हो सकता है कि साइडवेज कंसोलिडेशन हो बिकॉज एक अपटिक ऑलरेडी आ चुका है. तो अगर 5150 क्रॉस होता है तो आज का जो प्राइस है 4950 के आसपास, इसको स्टॉप लॉस बना के आप बाय कर सकते हैं. इफ नॉट तो इसको वेट एंड वॉच लिस्ट में रखिए. सादा मोमेंटम इसमें अक्सर आता नहीं है.
Got that view, Kosh. And you also have Quality now as a separate listed entity. So if you want a direct exposure in the ice cream space, you could look at that as well, Mohan, if that helps you. But the next question coming in on the hotel space, Aniket from Karnataka is actually asking a question. He holds both ITC as well as Lemon Tree hotels and asking if he should wait, he should add more weight or sell out his counter for the next 5 years is what he can hold. Shaina, what would you recommend? Should he continue to hold, and if it's a good time to buy more of either of these counters?
Well, if he's holding both, he can continue to hold, but I think there'll be a bit of softness till the overall travel situation eases out. That is basically geopolitical issues. But at the same time, the valuations of ITC hotels has become very attractive with the big correction that we've seen over the last couple of, I would say, few months. So that would be a hold. And I would believe that Levin Hotels is got very good prospects going forward. They are splitting the company into two parts, and one will be taken, they are going to have a partner investing about 960 crores. So it is a positive for the long term, but I would advise not to buy it as of now. Buy it on further dips because the valuations are pretty expensive compared to, the rest of the stocks in hotel sector. So don't buy it now. Buy it at any further dips or when when it bottoms out and then reverses, or when the global situation eases out.
Okay, one more stock from the entire travel space is SpiceJet, and that's what the next question is about. Tushar from Jaipur is holding around 3,300 shares of SpiceJet at the levels of 40 rupees. The stock is currently trading at 14 odd rupees, and he's been holding since a very long time. So he's been a patient investor and sitting on a significant loss. He wants to know as to what should he do now. Shaina, I'll stick with you for this one because he's sitting already on a loss of 1 lakh rupees. Plus, nothing's kind of moving positively in this space, right? You have the war coming in, ATF, prices rising. And plus the entire, situation right now with SpiceJet. Fundamentally, anybody will say that they prefer Indigo over SpiceJet right now. So what do you do right now? Should he completely book his losses?
I believe that that's not a sector to be in, at least for a couple of months now. They are being hit from all sides. One is, of course, as you mentioned, the ATF prices are going to go up definitely because of the overall crude prices going up. The dollar is depreciating. There is like a considerable, maybe not right away, but considerable fall in overall, traffic. And definitely, I think Spice is likely to be the most impacted. In fact, I have a switch sell call for overall airline sector, and Spice is at the bottom of my list. So I would say exit. And when the overall sector again starts looking better, you could get into something like an Indigo, but not right away.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on the aviation space. But we've got our next caller. Sharad is calling us from Hyderabad. Sharad, very good morning to you. I believe you have a question on Suzlon Energy.
Yes, Suzlon Energy.
Go ahead, ask your question.
I bought like 1 year ago at like price of 66. Like it will be. Do I need to hold or do I need to sell for what is just I want to see about that.
Okay, and what is the time horizon that you're looking at, Sharad?
Next 3 months I want to hold.
Okay, got your question. I'll take this up with Kush then. Kush, 36,000 of loss is what he's sitting at. What should he do?
Yes, not very favorable setup. As he's himself experienced, and also as the charts show, it's not a favorable setup. The stock's actually taken quite a knock. However, there are green shoots emerging in a market which is correcting. Or even though the stock's corrected and gone into oversold territories, you're starting to see some accumulation on this. So maybe the market's starting to find it attractive. Also on the weekly setup, the 200 EMA is acting up. The stock has taken support at those levels and is starting to see some rebound. So because of these green shoots alone, and with a view of 3 months, I would suggest a hold on Suzlon. The recent swing low of 37, that should act as your stop loss. However, don't be greedy in that sense and expect the 66 level to be reached again, at least in that 3 months time frame. But any uptick closer to 45 and then about 50 plus kind of levels should be taken as an opportunity to exit partially.
Got that view, Kush. But time now to dive into the BSE F&O setup now. And Sharad, as always, joining us to give us those cues. Sharad, over to you.
Well, it's a sea of red today as well, and important technical levels have been breached. And remember, there is some volatility today as well as there is a Sensex weekly expiry at play also. At least Reliance is giving some respite. It's in the green. a power grid NTPC, that's where the street is looking at some kind of a solace, but you see significant sell-off happening across the counters. M&M, the auto segment for last 2 trading sessions have taken deeper cuts as well. Let's see how BankX is actually working, but remember the overall volatility that has come up, and crude related news flows and how the tankers are moving from Hormuz Strait to India. That is something which everybody is watching out for. Stock specific moves, let's have a look at the long build up where the action is there. Petronet, LNG and Tata Power make it to the list. Remember the power related stocks, there is a good interest coming in the markets looking at the volumes, but apart from that, let's look at the short covering candidates. Nothing much, to be honest, here. Moving on, the long unwinding names are definitely there. PG, Electroplast and Nykaa. And lastly, short build-up, of course, 40 to 50% of this universe is still having that sell-off happening. And IndusInd Bank, that's an interesting take. That's down almost 5% in the trade. And even Piramal Pharma, largely the pharma companies also are seeing some supply chain issues, and that impact is also coming. Kind of a basket selling, to be honest. So this is what the entire picture of the market is looking like, but the data is suggesting much more bearish moves now.
Got that view, Sharad, and thanks so much for that. But viewers, time now for the rapid fire round in this edition of Fast Profit. Kush, as well as China, you know to really keep your answers on buy, sell or hold. The first question, that's coming in is on Ambuja Cement, and Afreen is actually asking if she should buy for the long term. Shaina, would you recommend that?
Yes, I think it's good to buy it for the long term. It's totally domestic play, and I would believe raw material prices also may not, really impact it in a big way. So it's a buy.
Okay, SBI is the next one. Roshan wants to know if this is a good buy at the current level or wait for it to go down. Kush, your view?
I'd wait for a dip closer to the 1050 mark.
RVNL Kush bought by Vanita at 247. She's asking if she should continue to hold this counter or no.
Exit.
Okay, ITC Hotels is the next one. Murthy from Vizag is sitting on a 10% loss. Wants to know if you can continue to hold or not. China, your view?
Like we discussed it, I think it's a hold.
Between CAMS, KFinTech and CDSL, which is a better pick, Shaina, according to you? What would you recommend?
For the long term, I will prefer CDSL. But if you really want to see a shorter term bounce, I would say CAMS would be better for shorter term. But for the long term, if you're a long term investor, don't trade often, and it is CDSL.
Okay, Shailaja is asking the next question on auto stocks. If any auto stock is looking attractive right now to accumulate, Kush, your view on the charts?
M&M for sure, Bajaj Auto and TVS Motor also. But I favor the ancillaries a bit more. But since it's on the auto stocks, Mahindra and Mahindra, Bajaj Auto and TVS Motors.
Sada Energy bought at 565. Kush, should our viewer Anjani continue to hold?
565. Right?
Yeah.
You should continue to hold. Very, very, very healthy setup. I would keep a stop loss at the 520 zone.
Okay, KNR Construction, this is for you, Kush, specifically. Can I buy more at the current levels?
No.
The next one that's coming in is on Anwar. He's asking if it's a good time to invest his dividends from Oil India and Coal India into REC today. Would you recommend that, China?
That wouldn't be the top pick if you want to reinvest your dividends. But there are a lot of other sectors. Like I would, prefer something like Shakti Pumps, which has actually corrected a lot and some positive news going forward. So I think that would be my pick.
Okay, the next one is on PG Electroplast. Suresh Nair wants to know if he can continue to buy at the current level. What's the short-term outlook? Kush, your view on the charts?
Yeah, fairly constructive. You can add positional stop close to the 500 zone.
I know it's a short-term, Kush, but Tata Motors Commercial Vehicles, Shelja is asking if it's a good time to enter the stock now for the next 3 months.
You can, but I would suggest an entry at the dip close to the 425 recent swing lows, but the overall setup seems fine.
The next question is from, it's coming in on roughly around Happiest Minds, but 465. Shaina, given the recent news flow, would you recommend buying into this counter now?
No, I would say just still wait.
Got it. Well,
not now. Do not buy.
Not buy as of now and to wait. Got that view, Shaina. But that's the end of the rapid fire in the first edition of Fast Profit. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit after this very short break. A lot more stock-related queries on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number 1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations. And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you.
Ask Profit, but viewers, before we start taking your quiz, there's an interesting update coming in. Sources tell NDTV Profit that NSE IPO committee is likely to meet on Friday to select merchant bankers for proposed listings. Shrimi joins us with more details on this. Shrimi?
Yeah, that's right. Around 20 to 25 investment bankers have made representation to secure a role in this share sale, and the list includes a mix of domestic financial institution as well as global investment banks. And following the presentation, nearly 20 banks, including several foreign investment banks, are expected to be shortlisted, and their names will be placed before the IPO committee, which is being led by former life insurance Corporation Managing Director Tablesh Pandey. Now, the committee is expected to review the candidates and finalize the merchant bankers by Monday, that is March 16. It also said that the final set of lead bankers is likely to include a combination of one Indian investment bank and one foreign investment bank. So firms such as JM Financial, Kotak and JP Morgan are among those in the race for the mandate, is what sources indicating. And in fact, the appointment of these merchant bankers will be definitely paving way for NSE filing the draft prospectus, which they are anyway aiming to do by the end of May or in the first week of June. Now, the exchange, as we know, has been working towards its IPO for several years, and this is going to be a huge development from that perspective. Back to you.
Thanks so much for that, Shrimi. So definitely one to watch out for, and we'll keep bringing you all the latest updates. Thanks for that, Shrimi. But let's go across, take the next query. This one's on Kotak Bank, and our viewer actually is holding shares at 377. This is Venkat Raman. He's holding 200 shares and asking for the fundamental view. China, it's been an underperformer in that sense, right? The last 1 to 2 years, even post adjusting where it is right now at 379, it's not given returns essentially at this point. What would you recommend for Venkat Ramana to do? Is it a good time to buy more since he's been holding on for some time now? What would you recommend?
See, Kotak Bank has started becoming more attractive in the overall banking space. Of course, after something like an ICICI Bank, SBI. But I think at the same time, one needs to wait to buy because we've seen a lot of FI selling, which actually is impacting the overall banking sector. So then if you compare it with some of the larger banks or maybe some of the public sector, like for example, SBI, it starts looking a bit expensive. And it's because of the overall sector, I would say buy it at dips, not right away.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Kotak Mahindra Bank. We've got our next caller. Shweta is calling us from Hyderabad. Shweta, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Hi, Mahima. Very good morning. My query is regarding CDSL, but before that, I would like to take some advice from the panel member. I'm holding some stocks which are fundamentally good, but which are around 22-23% loss. They are almost large cap and mid cap they have. So is it good to average them at this point, because anytime the market may bounce back and I would not want to miss the rally? Is it good to take that decision?
Okay. Shweta, your point is valid and it's a good question, and that's why I allow you to take both the questions today. I'll take CDSL first with Kush and go to Shaina for the question that you've asked. Kush, I think she's sitting on a loss of around 10,000 rupees right now on this one. Your view?
Not a bad idea to hold, because we are seeing some positive divergences on CDSL. The stock was already taking a knock even before the war and the other problems, geopolitical issues started. But now it seems to be, attempting to make a bottom. So I would suggest continue to hold. Keep a stop loss at the 1175 mark. If that is broken, this attempt at rebounding could fizzle out. So for now, for a rebound, I would suggest a hold on CDSL, stop loss at about 1175.
Okay, so that's the view on CDSL. But Shaina, what Shweta was talking about, right? A lot of people, it's mixed views coming in. Some are saying that you can just go ahead and buy the dip and average whatever holdings you have, where you believe that fundamentals are strong. And the second opinion is also that there could be further correction. You maybe do it in staggered manner or wait for a while. What's the view that you'll have?
I would say take it on staggered fashion. You can start buying. The reason being that I'm hearing some settlement in terms of how the Strait of Hormuz will be sorted out. I believe they are also talking of allowing ships by paying certain amount of tariffs or whatever like that. And hopefully within 2 or 3 months, the issue should be sorted out. But till that happens, and till the strait opens at least partially, legally, I would suggest you buy very small quantities of decent stocks, and largely you can start picking up stocks which are domestic faced. So to that extent, yes, you can.
domestic phase certainly is something to watch. But because you had an impact across the domestic pipeline, like we didn't expect that the induction cooktops would start seeing such a high demand. So you never know with this move which ones are the domestic ones as well, because we've seen on FMCG as well the update coming in, right? Like
Interestingly, I was just checking Blinkit yesterday and induction cooktop was out of stock. And that is a worrying situation for sure.
So you're seeing a multilateral impact in that sense, which we are not expecting as of now. So watch out for that. But let's go across to the next query. Ekam Barai, who is a regular viewer, he's asking question entry price for both Polycab and CG Power. What would those be?
So let's start with Polycab. I think the primary trend on Polycab was positive up until you got this news, and then the stock also fell off the cliff. I remain constructive on this. However, on the downside, there is a gap at the 70-100 mark, rounding it off because the actual number is 7075. There's a gap around that mark. If in this downtick that gap is filled, then that becomes a very interesting and a very attractive entry price. Also, the 200-day moving average is close to the 72-25 zone. So between 7075 and 7200 is where I would suggest getting into Polycab. As far as CG Power goes, here too the trend is positive. The stock's not given up a lot of its gains, in fact consolidating sideways. So my suggestion would be close to the 700 mark, look for an entry point in CG Power. Both of these are fairly decent stock that he selected.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in. But the next question that we have is from Ramesh, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Canara Bank. He says he's got 1,315 shares at an average price of 137, sitting on small profits. What should he do with this counter? And he's also saying if this is a good time to buy any share in the banking pack. Shaina, in the last few days, because of the entire farm loan waiver by Maharashtra government, we've seen pressure on all of these banking names. But your view on Canara Bank one and any counter that in specific that you're liking?
The Canara Bank, if it's a long-term investment, then you can hold as of now and buy it at slight dips. I would say that it has, gone up quite a bit in the last couple of, I would say, months. And maybe if you want to add, hold it for now. And if you want to add, I would say buy it at, dips around, say, maybe 125, 127 type of levels.
Got that view, Shaina. But Bharat is calling us from Andhra Pradesh now for a stock-related query. Bharat, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Good morning, sir. I am holding 112 shares of Quality Power at the price of 916.
Okay.
So what is the target of this share and stop loss? I will talk to Kush Bohra, sir, because I am very much fan of Kush Bohra, sir. That's all.
So Kush, you have another fan now from Andhra Pradesh. Your view on the stock?
First off, thank you so much, Bharat, for these kind words. In a market like this, hearing something like this certainly cheers you up and makes your day. It certainly made mine. Thank you so much, Bharat, for this. I would suggest a hold on Quality Power. Couple of reasons. I think, and I feel for you a little, because I think you've bought it very close to the resistance price, right? The stock has resistances at 918 and 920 levels, which it was trying to cross in the second half of February, but wasn't able to. And unfortunately, the war started and, the stocks actually corrected. Primary trend, positive. Healthy thing is that on the way down, the volumes aren't as great, which means, people aren't really willing to let go of these shares. So yes, there is, the price action, but the volume action on the downside is not big, which is a healthy sign. All in all, I would suggest a hold at, for Quality Power. There could be an upside. And once your buying price close to that level is crossed, I think there could be bigger upsides for levels of 980 and about 1050. So I would suggest a positional hold on Quality Power. But given how things are, I would also give you a stop loss, which is close to the 775 mark.
Okay, all right. The next question that we have is from Jaya Krishnan, who's writing us from Kerala, asking about the cement space and wants to know the best stock that she could go ahead and invest in for 9 months is the question. So Kush, I'll stick with you for this one and the entry level as well for whichever stock you're suggesting.
Mahima, this is an interesting time to be, shopping for this space. Because there was a good run in a lot of these names and then they just fell off the cliff. Now some of them are starting to become attractive. They've come very close to those support levels. I will give you two options. You can take your pick from there. One is Dalmia Bharat. right? The stock is at a congestion zone, at a support congestion zone. It has good supports at the 1800, 1825 mark. So it's fairly close to that, starting to see some uptick in terms of volume and price also in the last few sessions. So that is one that you should look at. Like I said, keep your stop losses at the support zone. 1800 is your stop loss. And the other one is Ramco Cements. Here too, fallen off the cliff, some positive action being seen here, and supports very close to the 960, 970 zone. So that should act as your stop loss. So either you could split the funds between two of them, or maybe take your pick between the two of them.
Got that view, Kush. Definitely a space that has been in focus yet again because of the war, probable increase of petcoke prices, all of those factors come back. But the next caller is from Australia, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Abhi is joining in for a stock query. Abhi, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Hello, good morning to all of you. So I currently hold 10,530 shares of HDFC Bank, bought at 958 rupees. So I was wondering, I was supposed to hold it for like 1 year. That was my horizon. But currently with the new scenario,
right.
Should I book a loss and get into small caps which have fallen considerably at current market price, or should I just hold with whatever I have?
And Abhi, I'm just wondering, and because this position itself is almost of 1 crore rupees. So how big is your portfolio? Because this is also a considerable number of shares that you're holding. So is this? I hope it's a lower percentage.
No, this is my 100% of portfolio.
Okay, this is your 100% of the portfolio. Okay, got it. Firstly,
buying.
Yeah,
I mean, the sort of concentrated portfolio has always worked for me, so I always do like this.
Got it. Shaina, on HDFC Bank, because the last 8 to 10 quarters has been on the conversation on the integration of the bank and the loan deposit ratio being quite high and reduction of that, but his 100% portfolio in HDFC Bank is on a loss of 13 lakh rupees. Would you advise him to buy right now, given we've seen a lot of brokerages also recommend that? Is that your view too?
Having a concentrated portfolio is only good if it is, the portfolio is doing very well. Otherwise, it is very risky, and especially being 100% in banks, especially HDFC Bank, which has a large holding of FIs, which are selling. So I think that is very risky. I would suggest keep 20% of your holding for the long term. And because this is not a stock that moves very aggressively, even in the short term, like it's not a growth stock per se. So keep 20% just for safety for the long term. It's a liquid stock. But at the same time, yes, I would say add another 4 stocks, not just one. And you could add 2 small cap stocks and 2 mid to large cap stocks, but in different sectors. And I think sectors as of now, which will bounce back best, will be something like metals. So you can add 2 metal stocks. I think that would be good. Something like an Nalco, which is adding a lot of capacity, and aluminum prices are going up. Or even Vedanta aluminum once it splits. So you can look at what you could do in that sector. I think another sector you can add is defense. While the stocks have corrected a bit, there are interesting, even I would say small cap stocks, something like an Apollo Microsystems. It's not corrected much, but it has. But I think the prospects 3 years down the line are pretty good in terms of overall growth. You can add one large cap stock. It's your choice. Some of the large caps in defense. So like this, I would suggest you, modify your portfolio. At best, that's the advice I could give you.
Okay, all right. We've got our next caller. Saurabh is calling us from Patna. And I believe he has a question on HDFC AMC. Saurabh?
Yeah. I would like to invest in HDFC AMC. Is this the right time?
Okay, I'll take this up with Kush then. Kush, do you think these are the right levels to make an entry?
They are. I actually like this space, by the way. In the capital market space, broadly speaking, I think this is one space that has more room on the upside. In fact, it's good to see a correction in HDFC AMC. Also if I include some of the other names like Aditya Birla and Nippon Life, some of these, it's good to see some correction because they give you a decent entry point. They've had a very good run. I think this could be an accumulation, a zone for something like an HDFC AMC. Right now, the stock is very close to that support zone of the 50% retracement. If you follow Fibonacci series, then 2380, 2400, that's the strong support zone, very close to that. So you could start accumulating at these levels. On the upside, I think the stock has all the potential to go to 2700 and then about 2950, the recent swing high. And I would suggest a stop loss at the 2250 mark. So yes, this is a good time to start accumulating something like an HDFC AMC.
All right, okay. So that's the view on HDFC AMC. But viewers, time to slip into a very short short break. We'll be right back answering all your queries.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
हाथ ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, number one on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. We have our next caller from Karnataka now, S. Kumar, joining us for a stock query. Kumar, good afternoon. Good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Sir. Good morning, sir. Actually, I have purchased 474 TCS shares, sir, at a price of 3,241.
Okay.
Now I am in a loss of 3,71,634 rupees.
And this is a long-term buy, Kumar?
Can I hold the at a price of 3,241 rupees?
Okay, so Kumar, is this a long-term buy? Then I can get you a fundamental view on the stock.
Actually, I thought it is a number one IT stock from India. That's why in that we have purchased. I wanted to know whether can I hold this for long term or I want to sell.
Got it.
I wanted to know the.
Got your question, Kumar. China at 3241, definitely quite a bit away from the current market price. But would you suggest starting to buy a little bit now, going into Q4 results? Would that be your view?
Well, actually, it should be a good. But you start buying in, in a staggered way, because the overall sector, we do not know if the growth will be affected positively or negatively because of AI, or even remain neutral. So it's a decent stock to hold for the long term, though I prefer Infosys. But still you could hold TCS, but do not add as of now.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on TCS. The next one is also for you, Shaina, because it's on Pine Labs, a recent listing. The viewer Abhishek has 100 in quantity and 211 is his buying price. Wants the view on this one. It's a slightly short-term view that he has, but overall, any view on the counter?
It is better to switch from Pine Labs. The overall sector is being impacted, so there are better stocks that are available. So I would say switch.
Stocks down 25% since listing and had listed at 242 odd. So since then has been a value destructor in that sense in the limited time frame that it has been listed. Rajesh Maheshwari from Indore is asking us the next question on NetWeb Technologies. He's bought 30 shares at 1400 rupees per share. So he's doubled his money and laughing to the bank now, Kush. What's the short-term outlook is his question?
First up, congratulations, on buying and holding. I mean, you're one of the rare few who's still smiling in the market like this on this investment at least, right? So congratulations on that. Right now, the stock's gone sideways. It's not going anywhere. Even before the, geopolitical tensions started, the stock's not gone anywhere in the last 4 or 5 months. There's a good possibility that it could consolidate, but that's a healthy sign in the market, which is correcting. If the stock's holding ground and consolidating, that's a healthy sign. So I would definitely suggest hold. I would suggest a deepish kind of a stop loss at 2900. 200-day moving average also resides close to that level, plus the medium-term support zone at that. So yes, continue to hold NetWeb for stop loss. As I said, the level is 2900.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on NetWeb Tech. The next one is on EMS Limited. Santosha Babu is asking this and writing in from Bengaluru. He's got 300 odd shares. Wants to know if he can add more at the current levels or maybe exit. Kush, your view on the charts?
No, I would suggest a hold, and the only reason I'm suggesting a hold is because the stock right now, as we speak, is above his buying price of 300. Otherwise, the stock has been beaten down massively. I think it listed also somewhere close to these levels, or maybe just under, from where it's rebounded recently. And you're starting to see some sort of a volume uptick in this name. And just for that reason, I would suggest a hold. Keep a stop loss just under your buying price, so maybe 295 or thereabouts, you can keep a buying price. But don't expect a very big upside on this one. I think if you do see a move close to the 325, 330 zone, you should consider an exit.
I think
stock was up 20% yesterday
also a beneficiary of
on Jal Jeevan Mission because of the EMS or because of the EPC actually as a player there. So you saw that vertical move yesterday. Could be one to watch out for. The next one's on Sterlite Tech. Actually, our viewer is holding shares at 118. What would you recommend, Kush, on this one?
Very interesting move and completely against the market trend. No reason for selling it off right now, except that yes, there is some negative RSI divergence, but with the kind of price action, with the kind of volume action, why would you want to let go of this? Maybe a partial profit booking is in order, but I would suggest hold the rest of the quantity with a stop loss at 180.
Okay, it's time for our rapid fire round. I'll start taking the queries and we'll try to hit the 100 mark together, of course, with the afternoon edition as well. But Sunita is asking the next question, which is on Eicher Motors. If this is a good hold or book losses? Shaina, your view on this one?
It's a hold. I would say that, two-wheelers are doing better, so it's a hold.
PG Electroplast bought at 507 by Siju. He's asking a 3-year view, Shaina.
3-year view is a hold.
Geo Finance, Malika is holding at levels of 313. Hold or exit, Kush?
Hold.
The next one, it's L&T. Our viewer is asking, Harjit is asking if it's a good buy for the next 15 months. Would you recommend that, Shaina?
I would say I'm neutral as of now on this because of the problems with the
Middle East and all,
and it accounts for 40% of its revenues.
Right.
Okay, the next one is on Anant Raj. Sankar Rao is asking if this is a good time to enter. Kush, your view?
Just wait up a little. On the whole, there could be an uptick, but for now, wait. Maybe consider an entry close to the 445, 450 zone.
Sai Life, Kush bought at 1038 by Anil. He's holding 400 shares. What should he do?
Yeah, you should continue to hold. Stop loss on this one, close to the 960, 965 zone.
GMR Infra is the next one. Bought at the levels of 86. Should I wait for some more time or book profits? Nalini wants to know. Kush?
No, you can hold. I would suggest stop loss at 90.
Kalyan Jewellers bought at 498, Kush, almost 4,000 shares. A short-term outlook is what's been asked here by Mukunda.
Not very constructive. Ideally, you should exit this one.
Varun, beverages from a long-term perspective of 3 years, is this the right time to buy, Shahina?
I would still wait for dips because the polymer prices have gone up.
Got it. Kush, this one's, I generally don't take this, but Bytecom Group actually bought at 20 rupees. Would you recommend, fishing around?
No.
Okay. The next one is on pharma stocks. Any particular counter that you're liking, Kush, on the charts from a short-term perspective?
I could give choices, by the way. IPCA is something that we gave this morning on the show. So IPCA, Lupin and Sun Pharma.
Finolex Cable, is it a good buy for the next 1 month, Kush?
Finolex cables, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can consider buying. I would suggest stop loss at the 850, 845 zone. Recent dip, but overall the structure is positive.
AGI Greenpack is the other one. Guru is asking and wants to know fundamental view on this one. Any view, Shaina?
I would say it's a hold as of now. You can buy it at any dips, but it's a hold as of now.
Maruti or M&M, or either of them, is what Sachu's question is. Shaina, at this current juncture, what would you recommend?
I would recommend M&M, but even Maruti is good at dips.
Okay, Bank of Baroda, is this the right time to enter? Angad is asking from medium-term perspective. Kush, your view?
Enter in parts right now. Add more if it slips to 265 to 70 levels.
Okay, all right. So that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round. Kush as well as Shaina, thank you so much for helping us answer all those queries, and I'm sure that this is helping our viewers in a big way at these times when stock markets are just not going up. So thank you so much. With that, as I said, completely out of time, but do stay tuned. KYC up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
बिटिया की शादी है हमारी।
बधाइयो।
कुछ पैसे मिल जाते समय पे लौटा दूंगा। जिंदगी में जरूरत के वक्त हम अक्सर अकेले पड़ जाते हैं।
इसीलिए तो केपरी लोन्स आपको गोल्ड लोन देके अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। केपरी लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 जिंगल, बस आज का जिंगल 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 जिंगल। चल करे थोड़े सिंगल 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 सिंगल, क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 सिंगल।
Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Ragon with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets. Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit, a very interesting show. A lot of companies we get which might be at their inflection point as well. And thanks a lot for writing for this company. This is coming in from our viewers. But let me give you a hint before disclosing the company's name. The first hint, it's a Bhopal-based breweries and alcohol company. That's a very big hint I've given you. If you're tracking this markets, especially the alcohol-related space and the beer segment. Also, the company is down 56% from 2025 highs. That's a massive correction coming in. But is there a turnaround at place? That's the big question. Let's look at the other important hint. That's Madhya Pradesh state plant license suspension is there. That's one of the biggest overhangs for this segment. If that comes positive, will the stock overturn? That's the question coming in. But enough of the hints. Let's talk about which company we are talking about. And yes, it's early summer. Maybe there is an interest coming in a bit early when it comes to beer and alcohol. And the company in focus is Som Distilleries and Breweries. This is the company which we are talking about. And in this show, why are we calling this company? That's the key question. Kyun aa raha hai ye sawal? Let's answer them. First question definitely is going to be the MP license suspension. What's the clarity? What's the key timeline? Everybody's talking about it. Recent con call also the company stated that this would be getting solved in the near term. This is the burning question for Som Distilleries. The second question is the incremental benefits from the Karnataka government. Actually, they are removing the cap on the prices. So will this benefit the company? Remember, there is a presence of the key products in this state as well. This augurs well. So that's the good point for the company as well. The third question is the premium whiskey expansion plans. How are they looking? There's a brand called Mahavat, which we'll talk about that, and the raw material pricing trends. They did hit the company in the third quarter. Also, another key question to be asked for this KYC is the UP distillery setup. How the key timelines looking like? They are going for an expansion, and the entire space wants to know how this company is panning out when it comes to the growth and expansion policies. Early summer is there. How's the beer demand shaping up? Is there action happening in the dealer level? That is something which you should be watching out for as well. Also, the question is the pricing adjustment that hit Q3 numbers. Will that be a spillover impact in Q4? And seeing the current situation, the raw material pricing is on the higher side. That's what is something which might plague the stock in the fourth quarter. The debt situation and the reduction plans, the company always is ailing with this debt issues, and that might be an overhang. And I checked last time, the net debt ratio with the gross debt, they are on the higher side. And to give in more details, we'll be joined in by J.K. Arora. He's the chairman and MD at Som Distilleries and Breweries, to give a proper clarity on where the company stands and is there an inflection point here. But come over, let's talk about the company. Ye company karti kya hai? It's very simple. Distilleries and alcohol, that's where the company belongs. But let's give you more flavor about it. Bhopal based, it's a company for breweries and alcohol related companies. And one more hint I'm going to give you, some more companies in the unlisted space are also coming from Madhya Pradesh. The company is setting up a 600 crore greenfield project. This includes a distillery as well in the state of UP. That is where they are trying to get their geographical concentration as well. Also, they have 5 manufacturing plants totally for IMFL and beer. But what is IMFL? IMFL hai kya? It's nothing but Indian made foreign liquor. That's the definition we put for IMFL. But let's talk about the other important factors for the company, and this is the Mahavat premium whiskey. That's where the expansion is happening. We have spoken about so many brands getting into that. The pricing range is 1000 se 1100 rupees,
and that's where they're trying to increase their footprint from Bhopal to Delhi and other places as well. IMFL portfolio in third quarter went up 46% on a year-on-year basis. This is regarding the volume perspective. And IMFL, for everyone, for the beginners, this is Indian made foreign liquor. Also, other important key points for the company includes the financial closure for both the phases of their Woodpecker Green AGI project. Of course, this is for the Uttar Pradesh markets I'm talking about. And also another key trigger for the company is the net debt EBITDA. That has jumped from 0.4 times in the September quarter, and now it's up more than 1 times in the December 2025. So that is definitely negative. The way company manages debt, that will be something which you should be watching out for. Remember, beer accounts for roughly 88% of the total volume. The remaining 13% is the Indian made foreign liquor. So largely it's a beer company and the second largest in the listed space after United Breweries. The Q3 operational performance, IMFL was good, 46%, which we had mentioned, but beer, that's down 24%, and that's actually bringing down the overall volume. That's down 20%. So operationally, it's a very weak quarter in the third segment, and that is something which we'll be watching out, especially whether any spillover happens in the fourth quarter or not. That's what the management will clear our doubt for. Beer Q3 realizations, they were slightly on the lower side as well, from 560. Now it's at 543, so definitely the raw material costing pressure is seen. Let's look at the IMFL realizations to see what has happened, and over here also the realizations have fallen if you compare them on a year-on-year basis for last year's third quarter as well. So operationally, it's not that good. Subdued demand coming across key categories, that's what the biggest stock overhang is, but there are other reasons also why the stock is having a lot of overhangs. Let's see the other reason. The second reason after the subdued demand, let's just pull out the second reason, that's the MP plant license suspension. Ye ulta kab hoga? This is what every investor is talking about, and if that happens, we might see a good bounce back or a technical up move in the stock. The adverse pricing impact seen in Q3, that's where the overhang is also coming. We try to understand from the management, has this improved or bottomed out? Debt remains a concern for this company, especially in third quarter where the numbers were on the higher side. And also, apart from this stock overhang, is the lack of institutional participation. FISDIs kahan hai? That's the big question. And of course, the promoter stake is also almost below that 40% mark. So a lot of overhangs are there, but let's give in a little bit of rating parameters also for KYC. You need to understand that how we judge a company in KYC. The company in focus is Som Distilleries, but the eventual numbers to look at will definitely going to be the holy grail: income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, basics, return ratios, how the company has performed across cycles. That's something we'll watch out for. Shareholding, the FIDI movement, promoters, are they getting in more stake in the company? Street cred, kitna paisa banaya? Multi-bagger hai? Yeah, in short term, medium term, there is a big pressure in the stock. Valuations, we compare them with their peers. Of course, this includes beer as well as alcohol related companies, and also the size of the companies. That is where I'll do an apple to apple comparison also. And of course, the outlook. This outlook definitely is not only company specific, but your sector segment also. The first one is the income statement. Let's pull out how the numbers have panned out. Largely, the top line numbers have been good. You see, from 807 crore rupees, that has gone up to 1443 crore rupees. But apart from the top line, the bottom line also seems decent. You know, the margins are literally, you could say, same, around 12%. But the concern for me is not the good numbers which have come over the last 3 years. That is of course good if you're a long-term investor, but if you're a short-term investor and if you're getting the pain, there might be a reason for it, and the reason is on the screen. That's the third quarter numbers. That is where the concern starts coming in. PAT and margins, that has taken a big hit in the third quarter. So because of that weakness, there are some questions कि fourth quarter में भी कुछ issue रहेगा. अगर नहीं रहेगा तो management हमें बताएंगे. But right now, to balance things out, I'll give a neutral rating when it comes to the income statement. Let's talk about balance sheet, how things are panning out, and largely the reserves are strong and the total equity base looks decent. If you just pull out the debt levels and put that concern in the third quarter, of course in the FY25 those numbers won't come, but there is a lumpiness of debt and that becomes my concern. If you could just pull out the cash and bank balance also to give us that entire picture, largely 20 odd crore is there at the borrowings. At least from FY23's 242 crore, it has come down to 171 crores. But the Q3 numbers are a bit on the higher side. To balance things out, I'll still give this a neutral rating. when it comes to the balance sheet. So we spoke about income statement, we spoke about balance sheet. There are a lot of moving factors and both of them have got neutral rating, but let's see cash flows. Kitna kamai hua hai. Over here also we see there is a good lumpiness in this kind of a business. The operating cash flow is at around 42 odd crore rupees. P&L on the other hand has done well. Net cash flows over here, it's barely there to be honest if you look at it, because there is an investing, financing activities also going on. So it doesn't make sense actually to actually get a proper trend in this kind of a business. And remember, it's a regulated business also, so there will be lumpiness at times. Seasonality also at times comes in, especially for beer consumption. Beer summer का चीज़ होता है, विंटर में होता है, बट उतना बड़ा नहीं होता, उतना ज़्यादा लंपीनेस नहीं दिखता है आपको. So cash flows is largely neutral as well. Let's talk about return ratios, and for a beer company you should expect something at least 15% plus. FY22 was of course a watershed year on the lower side, but then after that it has maintained. You know, this number has been maintained above that 15% mark. For the return ratios, the ROC numbers I'm talking about, this is pretty decent. Som has done well on that. So I'll give a strong thumbs up when it comes to the return ratios. But let's talk about shareholding, and that is where my concern comes. FIs, DIs, it's literally nothing is there, just 0 or 1%. And you see there's a lack of institutional participation. That is where my concern comes. But to negate that, promoters का भरोसा company में है. क्यों? I'll explain you that. 35% here. That has gone up to 39% here, and now it's also holding up at 39%. So promoters have been acquiring stake in the company in this downfall as well. So that definitely shows that there is conviction in their story in the long-term basis, and maybe the long-term investors would agree with me on that. But largely we see net it is neutralizing effect. So I've given this a neutral rating when it comes to the shareholding. But street cred is very much important, and short-term investors are not very happy with the stock because the returns haven't come in. From 2025 highs, the stock is down more than 50%. Concerns over there coming in the numbers, at least in third quarter and even slightly in second quarter as well. And largely last 1 year, stock is down 38%. But if you are a long-term investor, congratulations to you. It's a multi-bagger. 474% of up moves coming in. So definitely a lot of our viewers, some are short-term traders, some are positional investors, and some are really long-term investors. So this is how the picture is actually looking. It is still mixed, I would say. So net, it's a neutral rating when it comes to street cred as well. But valuations, let's have a look how things pan out. Remember, the 12 months P ratio we have taken for Som Distilleries is the cheapest stock, 14 times. But let's see how the other peers have done. UBL and Radico Khaitan, both of them that 108, 90 times, and compare that with Allied Blenders. ये इनका almost peer हो सकता है. Then there is Tilak Industries there in that IMFL segment, that is 65 times, 39 times. The question remains is why this is the cheapest stock in the alcohol space. Are there overhangs here, or are the premiums not that good, or is there some other story? Is the demand supply of shares, there is a question mark. There's a lot of issues in the stock, but definitely it is very cheap at these levels as well. And because of that, and compare that with its historic average as well as its peers, it is still one of the cheapest stocks. So valuation wise, it is very attractive. So it's a very strong thumbs up when it comes to the valuations. But outlook, that is where a little bit of concerns come in and a hope also comes in. Largely the UP plant expansion is something which is a new area. The entire state is creating good policies, so you can expect some good success from this market as well. But yes, competition would be there. The biggest overhang right now is the MP plant license. There was a suspension of that. When will this reverse, or when will the company start applying to the relevant authorities? That is something to look at. The raw material pricing is still not favorable. Barleys, which is used in beer, those prices have gone up as well, and seeing the current situation globally as well as domestically, it's expected that it will be on the higher side as well. Also, the Karnataka government's no price cap, that is positive for the company because of their exposure in Karnataka. How much benefit that comes into the numbers, or how much margins loss which is happening, can that get negated? The premium whiskey portfolio expansion, that's where the company is focusing on. But remember, IMFL is just 13% of the total revenue, or the volumes, actually of the total volumes. The revenue is roughly 75%. So it's important. Q4, the quarter may see a reversal in the performance. That's what some analysts are talking about. But is it going to happen or not? That is the biggest question in our perspective. But net, it's a neutral rating when it comes to the outlook. There is positive, there is negative. Company has taken a beating. Is there an inflection point? A lot of questions are there. I'll try to make it very simple for you so that you make an informed decision. So the rating parameters have been largely neutral for the important numbers. Return ratios have been decent, 15% के ऊपर है. लेकिन shareholding में there is definitely lack of institutional participation, but promoters are buying. That's good. Street cred largely neutral. Long term it has been a multi-bagger. Short term last 1 year it's not. Valuations, it's the cheapest one in the alcohol space, in the beer space, and outlook largely still neutral. So definitely there's a lot of queries in from our investors, but net it's a decent rating. 5 out of 8 I have given for Som Distilleries. It's largely in line with the numbers which we say, so it's an inline analysis for KYC. But to give it more perspective, we are joined in by JK Arora. He's the chairman and MD at Som Distilleries and Breweries, and he's already been chairman for the last 8 years. So it will be very interesting to talk with Arora Sahab on this Som Distilleries, the company, and the perspective going ahead. And joining in is Mr. Arora. Good afternoon, sir. It's always a pleasure to have you with us in our show. The first question definitely everybody is asking is, मध्य प्रदेश के जो प्लांट सस्पेंशन की हुई है लाइसेंस की, वो कब रिवर्स होगा? कब आप जो है यू विल स्टार्ट टॉकिंग टू द रेलेवेंट अथॉरिटीज?
देखिए, वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग कंटिन्यूअसली विद द अथॉरिटीज, but since authorities have taken a decision on a very wrong footing, that the law which they have applied is not relevant with us at all. So we have gone to the High Court. High Court unfortunately has not heard us. So they have given the date of 20th of March, for which we said, no way, already there is almost 1 month you have not heard us. You hear us out and then you decide favorably or non-favorably, that's a different thing. But you have not even heard us, so we have gone to the Supreme Court. Monday it has been fixed in the Supreme Court for the final hearing. We hope something better would come out.
All right, but coming back to the business aspect as well, the third quarter, of course, there was some pricing impact coming in, and looking at the current situation, there seems to be an inflationary environment building up. How are the barley prices looking like, and will this higher raw material price continue in the fourth quarter also?
You see, the pricing for the raw material and this thing has not been the major issue. You see, what has happened, if you look at the all beer companies, we are a primarily beer company. Our 85% comes out of, our revenue comes out of beer. So beer this year, for all the beer companies has been really bad for primarily two reasons. One is, as you know, it's a seasonal product. Beer is a seasonal product. And from April to June is the main season where we do almost 45% of the sale of the whole year. So April to June. But if you recall, the rains have started in the almost from the first week of June. So the major setback was there, because normally the summer starts from the July end. So we get a good business till July end. But since almost 30-35% of the season has been washed because of the rains, all the beer companies have suffered. So this is the one major reason because of the weather we have suffered. Another reason is, if you look at winters have really prolonged. It is, winters have continued till almost January end and February first week. It's continued. So these are the two reasons which have hit all the beer companies. But as the predictions are now, we hope to have the very good the coming season.
Right, and Mr. Arora, that's the question I'm asking you. Is there is an early summer? We can see that garmi bahut hai. Is the demand expected to come in a bit before? What are your dealer channel checks suggesting?
Yes, actually, honestly, demand is now started at its peak. And we are hoping very, very good season and very good demand and very good sales. Not only this first quarter of the next financial year, will decide how it is going to be the some distilleries and breweries, how they are going to perform. So I really apologize for the this not expected results for this financial year. But I can assure and promise that coming financial year is going to be really, really good for the company, for the investors, for the shareholders, for the stakeholders, business, everyone. Of course, with the permission of God. Without that, nothing moves. But I am hoping that coming financial year is going to be very good.
Sir Arora, apart from that, आपका धंधा कर्नाटक में भी है, and interestingly, their price caps have been removed. How much benefit that comes in now? Because there is a couple of good, items being launched, by your company as well. You are expanding. I just want to understand the Karnataka government's price cap removal. How much it benefits your company?
You see, this initiative of the Karnataka government, more than only in Karnataka, this will help in the all India basis, because the mindset of the government is now started changing. You see, earlier government has been controlling all the things, ex-factory prices, ex-consumer prices, ex-wholesale prices, ex-distributor prices. All the controls government have been making, and practically all the state governments are doing. But first time, and industry has always been appealing, lobbying for that government has no business to control the prices. You are concerned with your taxes. You just be confined to your taxes. How much taxes you want on the product.
Right.
But as you know, what happens is this liquor business is one thing.
Right.
Where no sympathy.
Right, Mr. Arora, that's a very interesting point you have made. But let's move on to the focus. Most of the IMFL companies are focusing on the premium whiskey segment. Of course, government is also giving a good push. There is a brand called Mahavat also. And just wanted to ask, what are the expansion plans for this premium whiskey segment which you are going through?
You see, if you look at in last 3 years, we have done extraordinarily well in the beer business. But now what recently happened is that Indian whiskies have been accepted not only in India but worldwide, that Indians can make a good whiskies. If you see, single malt whiskey is in shortage on all world basis. There is a huge demand worldwide of the Indian premium whiskies. Or worldwide. It is now that myth is gone away that only Scotland or Scotch whiskies are good and Scotch whiskies can be the good choice for the consumer. But this is no more the case. Indian companies are doing pretty well. So we being the liquor IMFL player also, this year we are going to focus on the premium whiskey. So we have already launched one premium whiskey, Mahavat. Another single malt whiskey is coming up. So which is going to be the premium whiskey, and we already have launched in the
and Mr. Arora, interesting. And your UP plant expansion, what is the progress and the expected timelines for that?
It is complete, almost complete. We are hoping to start it from the first week of April in the coming financial year. So all that top line, bottom line would be added in the performance as well.
Right. That means FY27 we can see 3-4 important announcements and developments for the company, giving an important fillip to the company, and also maybe at the inflection point, first 2 quarters might be on a stronger side as well. But Mr. Arora, question remains is the debt. A little bit of debt levels have been higher. Of course, you are expanding. That's why it is there. But debt reduction plans, what could be there, if any, for the next 12 to 18 months?
You see, we are putting up such a big plant, 600 crores worth plant in the UP. And you will be probably surprised to note it that we have not taken a single rupees from any of the, neither from the market nor from the bank. Till now, it is all plant is almost on the completion, and no this thing. It is only from the internal accruals this has been made. Now, since working capital and all these things, And since the plant is on completion, then maybe required some money. So we are going to have some money from the bank. But borrowings as such, we have not increased. But since it is an expansion phase, so this time we are going to have little borrowing. But company's profits and internal accruals are so good that we have a definite plan of reducing the debt part in the coming
Mr. Arora, it was a pleasure talking to you, and you have cleared a lot of the doubts for the investors, especially on Madhya Pradesh plants suspension license and the important timelines progress, and maybe FY27 is a good year for you and an inflection point for the company. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, Mr. Arora.
Thank you very much. You have given me an opportunity to explain it to the investors. I am grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So that's the management of Som Distilleries, and of course a lot of overhangs are there, but management did address these overhangs as well. And for interesting stories like that or companies to be featured in KYC, do message us in social media which companies we should get for you. That's all, folks, for KYC today. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी, jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get
Massive sell-off and expiry pressure weigh on Dalal Street today. Nifty trades below 23,700 levels, with India Wix touching 21 level. Broader markets mirror the benchmarks as all sectoral trade in the red zone. Oil prices surged more than 8% with Brent crude hitting $100 per barrel. This comes despite the IEA announcing the largest emergency release of crude reserves in history. Several businesses are feeling the heat of LNG supply shortage, with commercial cylinder supply being rationed by the agencies. Keep watching NDTV Profit as we bring the ground reports from across the country over the LPG shortage. CCI dismisses complaint against Indigo Air India over cancellation fee. Passenger had complained about high ticket cancellation fees during the flight disruptions in December last year. Sources tell NDTV Profit that NSE IPO committee is likely to meet tomorrow to select the merchant bankers for the proposed listing. The shortlisted names will be declared on Monday. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar, and let's take a look at the market. And yes, there is a fair bit of pressure building, not just because of the geopolitical tension, oil spiking, but add to that also the expiry day, and that all is really putting pressure on Nifty 50, over 0.5% down in trade, and 23,700 levels is what it is now finding comfort at, which is by all probability on a higher side, because remember, through the trading session it did touch the lower end of 23,550 odd levels. So it's the higher end that it is trying to really map at this particular time at midday of trade. In terms of the internals, let's take a look at some of the counters and pockets which are really behaving and adding to the momentum. Well, banks are underperforming the key indices. It's only the IT as well as energy sectors which are the sectoral gainers. Autos are taking a huge drag, are beaten down, and apart from that, also extending it to larger consumption names, they are the ones not doing well in trade. So it's the financials, consumption, auto, these are the sectors putting the maximum amount of pressure. But one more theme which is really playing out in this uncertain time has been that the PSU stocks are doing far better than the others. Like you take a look at Coal India, Power Grid, NTPC, these are the ones are on the gaining side. And of course, with the oil price rise, the energy space is to be watched out very closely. Big boy Reliance Industries is in the green, but the big banking names as well as the auto sector, these are the ones really dragging the Nifty 50 down, and the sectoral performance in line with these key themes. Let's take it straight across to a market expert then, Anil Rego, who's the founder and fund manager at Right Horizons PMS, joins us now. Anil, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. It's a difficult day of trade. How are you gauging the market sentiment and overall trajectory of the market in a very uncertain and volatile environment?
Yeah, definitely. I think the war has significantly deteriorated things. And I think, from initially there was an expectation that there were very good wins by the US, okay, and they were able to take out their leader, etc. And I think they underestimated that how well they were planned, and it was known for a very long time. So I'm not surprised, and we also did expect that it would not end so soon. So, and that is something that I believe is a bit of continues to be a negative. That this may not get over as quickly as everybody thought it would, and maybe it's good to plan for something which is slightly more long drawn. Of course, I think if US and the midterm elections hopefully will get us a solution which could be a little earlier than what is anticipated. But what do you do in such volatility, etc.? I think the point is to manage risk well. Okay, unfortunately, right now it's already come off. So for an investor, I don't think there's too much that one can do. I would still maybe wait for a bit of a pullback if one wants to de-risk a little bit. And what's interesting in all of this is I think that small caps have outperformed the large cap index. Right? So even yesterday it was say minus 0.4 versus say minus 1.6 plus. So that is something which is an interesting thing to note, that small caps I think have valuation wise etc. have come down significantly and higher at level. So I would think that one needs to be pragmatic and plan for a slightly longer term, but manage volatility, and I think it would pass.
That's right. In fact, small cap index is outperforming the mid cap, and overall the broader market, Anil, has been outperforming the key indices which are taking a bigger knock today. What is your reading on that? Have we lost a lot of ground already in terms of the valuation of the smaller companies, and therefore the buying is also creeping in certain quarters?
Yeah, so if you go and look back at say relative valuation, etc., I think that is something which if you see the relative performance, right? Small caps are outperforming almost like 40% on a 1 year basis. If you look at it somewhere in mid 24, right now it's almost like minus 20. So that is the type of underperformance that it has seen, right? And I think that's where also the opportunity is. So when being a contrarian, when you see that type of move and you look at history, right? Somewhere it stops around this minus 20 underperformance. So that's a good part to it. And I think that is where I think there's more value in mid and small caps. Yes. Interestingly, small caps more, because mid caps actually had not fallen as much, and they've done reasonably well even on the fall. We came back to almost like market highs, but the small cap index was not as much. And if you look at stock level, especially smaller names below some of the index mid cap index stocks is even worse. I think it's a good time to start looking at mid and small caps if one is looking at a portfolio for the future.
All right, so that's a great advice coming in, Anil Rego. Always a pleasure to welcome you and take your expert advice on NDTV Profit. All right, moving on. Remember, because of the global Middle Eastern uncertainty as well as the geopolitical tension, there has been a direct impact that is coming in on India. So the Iran war has tightened the global gas supplies by disrupting the LNG shipments through the Strait of Hormuz and pushing the prices sharply higher, and also forcing the government to prioritize household fuel needs over the industry or commercial usage. We have Sharad here with us to explain the overall impact of gas shortage on industries as well as businesses. Everybody is looking at this particular situation very closely. It's a grave matter. Help us understand.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Nisha. And I'll say, most importantly, the second and third order effects are also coming in. As a common life, even a vada pav has increased its price from 18 rupees, it's gone to 20 rupees, and a lot of other impacts are definitely happening. But coming back to the companies, it's very much important to see where the impact is. MGL, they have started to cut the supply for industrial and commercial customers as well. Second order effect means other industries start getting impacted. Hindustan Organics, there's a temporary shutdown of the cumene plant, and also the BPCL LPG supply, that's also halted for them. So that's negative coming ahead. Also, Borosil, their furnace production suspension was there, and even the Opal glass furnace suspension was there. The management also spoke with NDTV Profit, and they did say that concerns are definitely there. Royal Orchid also spoke with NDTV Profit, and they stated that the commercial LPG supply has been halted by the dealers. Same concerns were actually stated by Kamath Hotels management also. They stated that the electric kitchens, they are costing right now 40 to 45% more, and even some larger biryani chains are taking wood also as an alternative. EPAC Durables, they have temporarily stopped their production in the Middle East market, and also a lot of EMS stocks were under selling pressure last 2 trading sessions because of that. GAIL, their allocation of LNG from Petronet LNG, that has started reducing. Same impact, or the second order impact, is coming for the fertilizer names GNFC. They also stated GAIL has restricted its LNG allocation to just 60% with effect from March 6th. But now coming back, overall, the situation, how things are panning out, the spokesperson from both Flipkart and Amazon, they have raised a little bit of concern as well. Yesterday in the management, Stovecraft also stated 3-time surge in electric cooktops. That is where the overall demand is looking. But online also, if you go and search, be it Flipkart or Amazon, most of these electrical induction cooks and other ancillaries are already sold out. There might be 1 month kind of a wait as well, and this is where little bit of concerns are coming, and because of that, stocks like TTK Prestige and even Stovecraft are rallying in the trade for the last 2 trading sessions. So concerns are definitely there, and now it's impacting our everyday life as well, apart from just the commercial operations.
That's right. People are worried about having the gas supplies at home as well. Thanks, Sharad, for all those details. Let's take this particular story forward with more impact coming in from the companies who are directly dealing with this particular situation. Let me welcome on the show EPAC Durables Management. Remember, EPAC Durable has disclosed temporary production halts for West Asia market operations due to the gas supply constraints linked to the Middle East geopolitical developments, and the stock is up 2.5% in trade. Ajay Singhania, who's the CEO and MD of EPAC Durable, joins us now. Ajay Singhania, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. My first question, how do you see the overall impact of this shortage, gas shortage?
See, currently it is all work in process. I mean, there is indication that gas supplies are short, and we have received information from our suppliers that we need to curtail our production to 80%. I mean, they are assuring almost 80% supplies over the next few weeks, and they've asked us to reduce consumption. So we are exploring alternates, and we have found certain alternates which can be helpful for us to sustain and continue our production. So we are looking at alternates to reduce our consumption of LPG. At the same time, there is no complete halt. So all our units are running in full capacity as of now, and we have assured supplies for at least next 1 week.
Right. Before we talk more about, you said that all your operations are continuing as is, while you have also said that West Asia productions have been halted. Before I take it further on the gas shortage bit and its impact, I want to understand, Ajay, how much is the impact of also induction cooktops that you sell?
So that's a silver lining in all the shortage. So being the largest manufacturer of induction cooktop in the country,
yes,
we see a significant uptick in demand, and all our brand customers are asking us to ramp up production. So we are looking at ways to further enhance productivity and explore whatever best we can do in this time of crisis to support the country. So we are continuously working to increase our production and to maximize our supplies to all the brand customers.
Right. So can you give us a sense, in the last few days only this developing story has come to the fore, Ajay, and you are really at the vantage point to give us a sense on the inductions, the kind of demand that is there, the selling that is there, and also have you increased the prices?
So currently, I think price is not significant. We look at this opportunity to actually support the nation by increasing our productivity. So we have spare capacity at the time, because typically March is not a peak month for induction tops. So we are exploring alternate supply chains also to increase production and support the customers. But we see almost 2x kind of demand currently being shared by almost all the customers with us.
All right. So, Ajay, let's put this into a little more perspective on how it's going to really impact the numbers in this particular quarter. So, what part of your production halt will be offset by the push in the induction sale? In fact, what is the kind of margins, if you can give us a sense on that?
Okay. So see, typically, if I share, there is no production halt for us in AC. AC contributes almost 65% of the production of our overall revenue per annum. So the only West Asia part we shared was the export bit. So because of the disruption, we are not currently producing anything for West Asia, because we are not sure if the shipments would sail through and will reach safely the customers. So we have the customers have also intimated us that they would want to currently hold the supplies. And overall exports don't contribute significant. I mean, they are less than even 1% of our overall revenue. So that's a very small bit of production that is we have halted intentionally. At the same time, the induction cooktop demand is significantly ramping up, and we see that this demand would further ramp up if the situation continues. So we already see like 2x kind of a demand, and we are continuously working to ramp up supplies and feed the market. So on the revenue side or margin side, it will be very difficult at this point of time to ascertain, because there are other uncertainties as well, getting the materials, the supply chain and everything. But our efforts are currently to support the customers, maximize production and feed the market.
Yeah, so while I understand that you're unable to give the exact numbers or overall guidance, because all of us are dealing with a very evolving situation, it's very dynamic, Ajay, I do understand. But the only headline that I am trying to gauge out of this conversation is that the performance, because of the induction boost that you have, it will offset any impact of the geopolitical tension on the company, and could it do better than what was expected? That's the understanding I'm trying to gauge.
See, definitely we believe that the uptick in demand for induction is going to support our overall operations and revenue. At the same time, LPG, we believe that in the immediate middle term or short term, if we see currently we are not facing any short supply, and we have also started working on alternates to keep the production running. So we are very hopeful that there will be no significant damage because of LPG short supplies, and we will continue our production.
All right.
So that's a more important thing for us, is to continue production for ACs in this peak season.
That's right. In this peak season, this is the big season, and heat has come in much earlier in Bombay, Ajay. I can totally tell you that. But now looking at this situation, Ajay, give us a ground reality check. You said that so far your production is not impacted because of LPG shortage. You don't see that on the ground. But how much reserve and how long can you hold on if new supplies don't come in? However, government has been also saying that the new supplies will start coming in. But because of the divergence to more household usage and from commercial usage, is that going to be an impact, and in how many days it could really impact if situation remains there?
So one, definitely there's been a commercial impact already passed on to the industry. So the prices for the LPG has increased.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Our discussion with our regular suppliers and the contract, they have shared with us that they have sufficient supplies to keep feeding us for next 7 days or so. So that's the kind of reserve they have in place. Whereas reserve on our side is typically 3 to 4 days is the kind of reserve we have in our facility. And at certain facilities, we have piped gas, so which means we don't have reserves. But having said that, we are actually exploring alternates, like acetylene is one alternate which can be used in our process to substitute LPG, and that's something which is not dependent anyway on crude. So we are looking to change over from LPG to acetylene very fast and continue our production.
All right, so you have alternate, and there is an increase of LPG cost, and also, on the other hand, will you be able to pass on the kind of price escalation or alternate use that will come on the production cost onto the customers, is the only thing that I wanted to also check.
Under the current situation, I think all the customers are open to renegotiating the prices and maintain the continuity in supply. So that's a very small feature. I mean, most of the customers are open to pass on the impact. So that's not a worry point for us.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Ajay Singhania, and giving us a lot of clarity about what's really going on. Thank you so much for joining us. EPAC Durable there gaining about 2% in trade, more because of the silver lining of selling induction cooktop that they are selling at the time when LPG shortage is impacting their overall business, but not immediately. Now, as LPG supplies haunt the businesses, there are others who are also gaining from this particular shortage. In fact, inductions and as well as fryers are being produced and sold, as we had just been discussing with EPAC Durables as well. And it has come to the notice that they are also really flying off the shelf. Ridhima, our colleague, gets us the ground report on this.
So we've been to 3 shops since morning, and all the shopkeepers have told us that there has been a shortage of the inductions out here. And now we're at the 3rd store, which is Vijay Stores in Khar. And here also the manager and the shopkeepers told us that there were no stocks of inductions till yesterday, and just today few stocks have arrived. So we have a customer here who's been waiting to get an induction, which I think. Hello.
Hi. So we went to Bazaar in the morning. There was nothing there available yet. He said we'll have to order it for you. Then we came here, and they're telling us now that the stock has come, but they don't know how long it will last. So we'll probably book it right now.
And Yes. And how long? I mean, you were saying that there were places which were saying a pre-booking will be required.
Yes, the Bazaar place we went to in the morning in Bandra Bazaar, they didn't have it. They said we'll book it for you. We heard the same thing when we came here first, but then the manager told us that they received stock this morning, so we will get it.
So clearly there is a shortage, and we also saw in Zepto and Instamart that it was out of stock for inductions. And we have the manager of Vijay Sales as well with us. Sir, so you said that the stocks have just arrived today, and from past few days there was a huge shortage, and daily around 50, close to 50 inductions were being sold, whereas on normal days only around 5 or 6 would be sold.
Definitely. Yeah. Only 5 or 6 we used to sell, but since 2 days we are selling near about 40 plus inductions, and currently the stock was not there, but today we got a communication and the stocks of Philips and Prestige we have arrived in our warehouses. So we are taking an orders and we are delivering it within 1 or 2 days max.
And the distributors have enough stocks to sort of manage the demand?
They have committed us, but the quantity of numbers which is showing in the warehouse, we can take orders for that only. So henceforth, might possible the stocks will arrive as soon as possible. We got the stock, we will deliver all the customers for the stocks.
And also other equipments, electric appliances are also seeing an uptick in surge in selling, right?
For example, the rice cookers, I think so the sale has been raised a little bit. Microwave will be going to be raised, and air fryers will be going to rise in terms of sales numbers.
All right, so that's the direct impact and the ground report coming in on the LPG shortage and people scrambling for induction cooktops. Now, the escalating crisis in the Middle East is also beginning to put operational pressure on the airlines industry as airspace disruptions really force the carriers to take longer routes on several international flights. In fact, sources do tell NDTV Profit that Air India has sought temporary relief from the pilot duty hour norms to really manage this particular disruption. In fact, our colleague Danish has been really tracking the developments very, very closely, gets us all the details. Danish, the overall impact of this and how is it disrupting the airlines?
Well, that's correct. Top government sources are telling NDTV Profit that Air India has sought temporary relaxation as far as the everyday norms are concerned. While putting in their request to the DGCA, Air India has told the regulator that because of the airspace restrictions over the Middle East, they would want the government to give some kind of relaxation as far as the flight duty timing and the flying time is concerned. So as per the proposal that Air India has given to the DGCA, Air India has proposed that the flying time should be increased for pilots from 10 hours to 11 hours and 30 minutes, and similarly the entire flight duty period they're requesting to increase it from 13 hours to 14 hours and 45 minutes. So if we look at the overall bump that they really want the government to help them with, we can see that they're basically requesting for almost 2 hours extra flight duty and flying time altogether. But this request is only for selective routes, and sources in the airline also told NDTV Profit that the government must help them, because otherwise it will be not feasible enough for the airline to travel to different different parts of the world, like say North America and Europe, because we are seeing that because of the airspace closure, there are 3 major airspaces that are closed at the moment. One is the India-Pakistan airspace, and the other is the Middle East. So once the India-Pakistan airspace got closed, then our airline started to use the Middle Eastern area to fly to Europe, but now even that is shut. So because of this, they're seeking a temporary relief from the regulator. Government sources are telling NDTV Profit that the request is right now under consideration, and at the moment it is only Air India which has requested certain kind of relief from the regulator on both the flying time and the flight duty.
All right, Danish, that impacts all of us and all our lives. Thank you so much for getting us all those important details on the flight disruptions. With that, completely out of time on this edition of Markets at 12. But do keep it with NDTV Profit for all the important news and market developments. With that, it's a wrap from me. Thank you so much for joining in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Heera Datia, and Sharad Dubey, standing at the NDTV Profit market pit with all the action in the market today. Sharad, good afternoon. I mean, it's an interesting day of trade where you're seeing some bit of volatility which has increased. Your VIX is about 21. What are levels indicating right now, and what is the sentiment looking like?
Sentiment is very confusing. Good afternoon, Hiral. Of course, some kind of a recovery attempt was made, and there's a third recovery attempt being made by Nifty. The first one earlier, second one again, and now the third one, a slight decent recovery coming in. But the question remains is, are the ships passing through the Hormuz Strait? Are the Indians? There's a denial coming in from Iran. So there's a lot of confusion, and that's what keeping the market on toes. Nifty Bank, let's just pull up how that's happening. That's also seeing a minor recovery, but the fall which was there was much larger as compared to Nifty, and this is happening for the second straight day. What are the key factors to watch out for in a very volatile session? First thing is Nifty is hitting its 10-month low levels again. So of course, after yesterday's sell-off, the market is still confused right now in which side will they be moving. Of course, there's a negative bias to it. Apart from this, also another key factor to look out for in the markets is definitely going to be the geopolitical tensions. That's where the weakness is coming in, and Nifty Bank is certainly not supporting. Last 2 days, big sell-off in the private banking names which are having heavy weightage as well. Apart from this, let's look at the other key factors, and this is the Sensex expiry at play. This is very much important. In the last 1 hour of trade, you can see more volatility coming in, so do not cheer right now on the recovery in the market. There might be volatility coming in as well. Also, the options and VIX data is suggesting a range bound trade with a negative bias. The VIX has slightly fallen off from the day's high, but still elevated. It's around 21 right now, so we'll be focusing on that as well. And the power sector, that has shown a real strength. Allied business is also doing well, but on the other hand, for the second straight day, the auto segment has seen a good beating. If any value emerges or if there's a top made for a short term, that's the question to be asked. Rupee hitting its fresh record lows in today's trading session as bond yields are jumping as well. So there is some signals that uncertainty is there in the market, and this is what happens because of uncertainty. The global risk of sentiment is again back. And India Feb CPI data will be coming in at 4 p.m. today, and interestingly, the government will be announcing some important measures at 4 p.m. also. There's an emergency meet as well. So post-market as also a lot of moving factors would be there which would impact tomorrow's trading session. Over to you, Hiral.
A lot of moving factors one needs to watch out for, but let's quickly take a look at all the stocks on our watch list. Adani Total Gas, the government has allowed 100% gas supply. That stock is buzzing in trade. Second consecutive session of gains coming in there. DOMS, the stock is in focus on the back of heavy volumes, 90 times above its 20-day average. And likewise, you have a CESC as well, which is a volume buzzer in trade today. There is profit booking that has continued when it comes to auto stocks for a second consecutive session. You have brokerages, which have actually constantly been turning bullish on a Coal India. That has been a stock that has been in focus. Power stocks, it's the strong summer demand that is keeping this entire pack pretty up, in the green. IndusInd Bank, strong volumes coming in there, and of Piramal Pharma is seeing short build up. TTK Prestige, a Stovecraft, these are few of the names, but the induction stove demand has ballooned. The unavailability and the demand supply mismatch right now is working in their favor. There is a temporary plant closure at Borosil, and that's the reason why there is pressure coming in there. Rising crude prices putting pressure on Apollo Tyres as well as other tyre companies. And Oswal Pumps actually seeing profit booking in solar pump stocks in today's session. So that's what we're looking at. But let me head across to Sharad yet again to take the rapid fire with Osho Krishnan of Angel One.
Thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. Good afternoon, Osho. Always a pleasure to have you on our show. The rapid fire segment, buy, sell, hold. The first one is Adani Total Gas. Strong buying in the last two trading session. Of course, some important developments also coming in. Your views on that?
Very good afternoon, Sharad. Firstly, thank you for having me at the show.
Well, yes, last 2 days has been very positive for Adani Total Gas. There has been a total reversal in the counter, although it has been very strong movement, approximately 30% on the higher end. But technically, I am expecting the resistance, which is now placed in the zone of 650 to 670-75 odd levels. So one should be cautious at current levels. Try to trail the profits on the higher end. 610 to 600 will be the trailing stop loss that will be advisable at current zone.
Yes, that's a standard disclosure also coming in for Adani Total Gas. But moving on, CSC is also in focus. So all the power related stocks are also doing well in trade. Is there any good risk reward ratio in current levels, Osho?
For CESC, yes, definitely the counter has seen a very strong consolidation breakout, and I'm expecting that upside potential is still pending in the counter. Nearly 168, 170 is the next potential target in this stock, while on the lower end, 156 to 155 is supposed to provide very strong cushion in the counter. So one may look for buying opportunity in CESC.
And Osho, for the second straight day, we are seeing basket selling in the auto segment as well. Good time to book profits for long-term investors, or is there any value emerging for new entrants?
See, overall, the whole auto space is in quite correction zone. So at present levels, it won't be advisable to be very much aggressive in the auto space, or either to book their profits at current levels, because we have already seen a decent correction in majority of the players. But in the coming period, once they stabilizes, because now they have majority of the counters are now entering to the oversold terrain, so there will be a possibility of a stabilization in coming 1 to 2 weeks maybe. So one may look for buying traction in these counters.
Right, some stocks might be coming into the oversold position for the auto stocks, but Coal India brokerages turned bullish the last 2 weeks. It's a dividend yield play also. And maybe after power stocks, Coal India is also something which the street is liking. Positional view on that, Osho?
A very strong breakout in the counter, outperforming the whole market, and as you mentioned, highest dividend yield player as well. So I'm also having a bullish view in the counter. Approximately 475 to 480 is the technical target for the counter. Although the technical structure is still very robust, very positive, tips should be utilized to add position. 440, 430 is the support zone. 480, 85 is the resistance zone for Coal India.
Well, we spoke about Power Grid, we spoke about CSC, but power stocks as a whole, as a bunch, is seeing a good flight to safety in the current market since the top sectoral gainer also. Especially I want to pick up Tata Power here. Your views on this stock or any other power stock which looks good?
All the power sector is looking quite positive. No doubt Tata Power has gained nearly 5% and it has surged above the 200 simple moving average in today's session. But looking at the historical trend, the counter has seen a very strong resistance around 410-15 odd levels. So once it breaches the zone of 410 to 12 kind of a zone, then from there onwards one may look for further accumulation. But for time being, 390 to 415 is the range. Overall, NTPC, Tata Power, Power Grid, CG Power is looking very positive to me. So one may look for opportunities in these counters.
Well, that's pretty interesting on that. But moving on, another important stock which should be in focus, and that is definitely going to be NTPC also. Actually, sorry, it's IndusInd Bank. I'm sorry for that. Volumes have been picked up very much, and stock is under selling pressure. Is this a technical, selling happening? And if yes, could you give us any stop losses for that?
See, on technical levels, the counter has again retested the 200 simple moving average, which we have seen a breakout in the month of November last year. But overall, the whole counter is now again retracing back towards the consolidation phase. So do not have any worry in current levels. Around the zone of 800 or 790 is a very strong support level. So one should try to accumulate positions. Again, 30 points of downside rally might be seen in the counter, but the zone of 800 to 790 should be seen as buying opportunity in IndusInd.
And your view on TTK Prestige? Of course, we have seen the LPG issues and the demand has been skyrocketed for your important induction related sets. But for 2 days, good gains coming in, good time to do a small profit booking, or do you think one should stay with the stock?
See, overall, these last three trading sessions is definitely a sentimental buying momentum in the counter, but technically it is still hovering below the long-term moving average. So better to trail profits till the momentum persists in the counter. For present, I am expecting 550 to be seen as the immediate support levels, and that should be advisable stop loss in the counter. On the higher end, the 200-day simple moving average around the zone of 625 presents a crucial hurdle, and a breakout above these levels can only provide further movement in the counter. So keep trailing the profits with 550 as a stop.
550 is a stop loss. Keep trailing your profits. That's the view coming in for TTK Prestige. Thanks a lot, Osho, for this rapid fire segment. Over to you, Hiral.
Thank you so much, Sharad. In fact, Osho, let's also look at the stocks which are trending on Google currently, because we've been talking about stocks on NDTV Profits radar on Google Trends. As we see Oracle Financial, that was in focus yesterday as well. Adani Total, we've spoken about, Jindal SAW, Axis Bank and Gujarat Gas. Osho, quickly on the charts, Oracle Financial as well as Axis Banks. These two I want to pick up with you. What are charts telling you?
For OFSS, again, the counter is quite on the oversold terrain, so I'm expecting that once there will be overall traction in the whole IT space, then only there will be some kind of revival in OFSS. But till that time, there is no positive traction or positive development that has been taken in the counter. But again, on the higher end, if it breaches the zone of 7,000 on a decisive manner, then one definitely should start accumulating the counter from medium to long term perspective. Now for Axis Bank, again, from a private sector bank, I expect Axis Bank to perform well in the coming period, but as of now, there is a kind of a selling pressure in the whole market, and Axis Bank has a potential downside of nearly 1210, 1215 odd level. So if it reaches the zone of 1250, one may look for buying opportunity in Axis Bank as well.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Google Trends go. But thank you, Osho, so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you. But moving on, the International Energy Agency, I beg your pardon, has agreed to discharge 400 million barrels from emergency oil reserves. Now, this is the largest ever release that we've seen. Somit is joining us with more details on this development. Somit, one, what has happened and what is it impacting right now?
Well, the announcement that has come in is firstly that IEA will be releasing around 400 million barrels of crude oil from its reserves that is kept with the members. Now, this is the highest ever release by the organization that we are looking at, and nearly 22.2% of the total reserves, approximate reserves that is there, is something that is getting released. Now, we still do not know at what time period this will be released, but this at least will roughly cover 50 days of the lost volume from the Strait of Hormuz, and this is assuming that around 8 million barrels of volumes have been lost because of the Middle East war that we are looking at currently overall. Now, this would ensure that the availability of crude is there for refiners in the near term, at least, given the fact that the countries that are releasing will use that oil and there won't be much demand coming in, at least from those countries in the near term. So yeah, the fears of shortages would go away for near term. And just to put in context, back in 2022, IEA had released around 180 million barrels during the Russia-Ukraine war, and this was done over 180 days, which means that around 1 million barrels per day was something that was released by IEA during that time. Now, just to give some more numbers, IEA members hold emergency stockpiles of close to 1.2 billion barrels of crude. Apart from that, they also have 6 million barrels which is kept under government obligation. So total comes to around 1.8 billion and they are releasing 22% of that. Now this stock release is the 6th in the history of IEA that we are seeing. The previous ones were in 1991, 2005, 2011, and twice they had done in 2022 when Russia had begun the invasion on Ukraine. Now, what's the rule of becoming a member to become a contributing member for IEA? Each IEA member must maintain stock equal to at least 90 days of the net oil imports or the consumption. Now, if you look at the reserves that are there by the members, it's divided quite unequally. In fact, if you look at the approximate shares or approximate reserves that these members have, China has the highest reserve coming in at close to 1,000 to 1,400 million barrels. Japan, if you look at, it's close to 440 million barrels of crude oil reserves that they have. United States comes in the third position with around 415 million US barrels of crude. Then comes in South Korea, 157 million barrels of crude. France, which has around 120 million barrels of crude. Germany, Italy and UK. All these three countries have anywhere between 68 to 110 million barrels of crude with their reserves. And this 400 million reserves of crude that is being released by IEA right now. Who are the contributing members in this? US is the topmost, contributing around 172 million barrels of crude in this 400 million which has been now announced by IEA. Japan comes in with around 80 million barrels of crude. South Korea with 22.5. Germany again with 19.5, and then there is UK and France, which also will contribute close to 13.5 to 14.5 million barrels of crude in this 400 million that has been announced by IEA.
Okay, this is interesting data. Thank you so much for putting this into perspective, Somit. But let's also get in CA Tapan Doshi, research analyst from CATapan.in. Tapan, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you on NDTV Profit. You know, my question coming to you is the kind of oil that is being released. This has never happened in the past. This is the first time you're seeing this quantum. Your view in terms of what is that kind of impact we could see as well?
Good afternoon, Nigel. See, the way such a big, you can say, the input is being given by IEA, that shows that the problem is really big. Now, if the oil prices is going around 100, now it is around 96. But if you see, I think that will be a bigger issue, and I don't think the output which are given will suffice the needs. Overall, no, if you see, the Iran is still blocking the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know the news is correct or not. Just I heard that they are allowing Indian tankers. But for India, it's a really bad news, and I don't see any good silver lining near term also, because all the three parties, whether it is Iran, Israel and USA, are not ready to talk. So we have to see where the things are going. Of course, it will help for near term, maybe few days. It will help. This output will actually help us to stabilize the oil. But long term, I think unless and a Strait of Hormuz starts, it is a big pressure on oil companies also, and also for India also. And as we are net import almost 90%, we have a bigger price to pay. Of course, at this level, I think OMC, one has to stay away, oil marketing companies, because I don't think that suddenly we are going to go to 60 to 70 where they were having a great margins. I think oil exploration companies like ONGC, Reliance, I think they will be in a beneficial part. So yes, one has to keep that in mind and go with this type of stock in this current situation.
All right, but the stocks are getting impacted also because of the gas shortage. And let me give you some hint about the stocks which should be in focus. MGL, they have cut supply to their industrial customers. Also, Hindustan Organic, Borosil, these companies also have reduced or temporarily shut shop for some of their operations as well. The management of a lot of restaurant and hotel companies have been speaking with us, and they have stated that the demand for induction that has gone through the roof. Electrical kitchens is in vogue, and interestingly, EPAC Durable also has stated that the Middle East operations are shut for now. GAIL and GNFCs, they have also stated that the allocations are actually coming down, and the management of Stovecraft and even the spokesperson of Flipkart and Amazon did say that most of the overall bookings for these solar induction cookers and all these ancillaries have gone through the roof, and the waiting list is going in months right now. Just to put that in perspective, Tapan, your view on this, a lot of companies are getting impacted by gases. Is there any risk reward ratio which is turning favorable to it?
No, as such, if you see, there are more risky, because if you see, I'm staying in Ahmedabad, and Morbi is quite near from here, almost 150 kilometers, although it's a ceramic hub, and that is almost closed, because the gas is not available. So it is impacting small case industries a lot many hotels, as you told, and lot many area, where now companies are thinking about stopping their production. Once they stop, it becomes very tough to start it again. It takes weeks to start again. Again, some of the parties getting benefit, as you told, the induction cooker and all that, but they have a limited inventory. They don't have that type of inventory also to suffice all the orders also. So the more it will go on, I think things will be, it will hit a lot all the small scale industries also. And you see MGL, IGL, Gujarat Gas, GAIL, they'll also be impacted. So it's not at all a good news. I think this is a much bigger problem than oil, because here we can directly see the effect. So one has to keep in mind, if they're thinking about this stock to take at bottom, I think one has to wait for the clarity, then only get into all these type of stocks.
With regards to where gas companies go, but the impact on the LPG supply disruption can be felt on companies like Borosil. We did speak to the management as well. Let's quickly listen into what they had to say. The stock is down nearly 5%.
We have spoken with the people who are in charge of LPG allocation, and we have been told that we can get a certain amount of LPG there. So it is a dynamic situation, in my opinion. As such, I think the country has LPG stocks. They are just very careful that they don't run out. And therefore, the government has proactively stepped in early in the game. So it's uncertain. We can't say anything. We believe that we should get sufficient gas to resume production. Not enough gas as we need, but sufficient gas to resume production, perhaps at a lower level. The fact is the glass industry requires LPG and natural gas without any curtailment. The reason is that glass is a continuous process, and we cannot stop it. So therefore, it is something that we would need. I think the government is aware about this, and they are understanding the different requirements from different users before they finally, before they do something. What I do have to say regarding induction cookers is that induction cookers are very efficient. They are economic, and they can easily replace LPG in the kitchen. So if the country was to switch to induction cookers in a big way, I can say that they wouldn't be worried about LPG.
Okay, so that's the word coming in from the management of Borosil. But moving on, Eternal is one counter that is very interesting right now, trading at around levels of 220. The stock is seeing its sharpest ever divergence between the consensus analyst target price and the CMP, which is the current market price. Now, why is this divergence? What is that divergence looking like? Mahima is joining us with an insight on the price divergence, the key triggers ahead for Eternal, and what brokerages are making out of it. Mahima, over to you.
Right. So overall, if we take a look at the highest target price which is given by CLSA versus the kind of price that Eternal is trading at, it's a huge difference, and that's the divergence that we are talking about, right? The divergence between the CLSA price is at that 506 versus that of the current price, and that is kind of showing a 127% of divergence, and we'll have to wait and watch out for as to when and how will the stock catch up, because analysts are still bullish on this one with almost a 60% average upside on this particular counter. Now, what's not working? The recent trigger, of course, we've been talking about how the shortage of LPG cylinders has been hit and has hit the restaurants as well. Restaurants are planning to shut down. Many of them have already shut down, and because of that, this will have a ripple effect on the food delivery business of both Zomato as well as Swiggy. For the other concern, and because of this, the stock has been down around 9% just in the past 1 week itself. The other aspect, along with the earnings, of course, a technical indicator as well, it's trading below all its key moving averages, 50-day, 100-day as well as 200-day, and it's also breached, by the way, its 20-day average as well today. So that's with regards to where the technicals go. But since Dipender Goyal has announced his stepping down as MD and CEO on 21st of Jan along with the earnings, the stock has seen tanking. It's down almost 23% since that announcement on 21st of Jan. So this is also one of the triggers which is kind of putting pressure on stocks. Plus, FIs have been selling continuously in the past 7 quarters. At its peak during March 24, when it was at 55 odd percent, has come down to 36 odd percent in the last quarter of December 25. So constant selling, around 19% of stake sale by FIs in the past 7 quarters is what we've seen in Eternal, and that is also putting pressure on the counter. Plus competition, management has acknowledged the fact that competition is intensifying. It is impacting their business but not impacting their decision making. So they are constructive when it comes to their growth outlook. But they've also said that overall order growth is slower because they've lost market share to peers. This is something that they acknowledged in the recent Q3 con call. Capex per store for them is going to go up, which is also going to impact the performance because they're going to add dark stores, and the entire thing is kind of impacting their EBITDA right now. But brokerages like Kotak are cutting target prices because of this intense competition. Lastly, in terms of where the overall view of AI adoption stands, long-term risk of AI will depend upon the large-scale user adoption. So we have to wait and watch out for as to how this plays out for both of these players. Now, what makes all of these brokerages still bullish. CLSA says that quick commerce growth is driven by scale and efficiency. That is why they like it. For food delivery business, they are saying acceleration in pace of growth is something that they're liking. And for Hyperpure as well as District, they're saying that this will strengthen Zomato's moat going forward. Jefferies believes that despite of the kind of pressure that competition is putting, Blinkit saw EBITDA positive in Q3, and they're liking at the valuations at which Zomato is trading at right now, and margins will improve despite of the competition is what something that they believe, and the guidance is broadly constructive is what UBS believes. So this is the overall view on what's happening with Eternal right now.
Okay, so that's with regards to Eternal. Thank you so much for that. Tapan, we're out of time. A quick view on Eternal. Buy, or would you say stay away right now?
No, stay away, because still a lot of question marks are there in the current situation when the gas problem is there. We don't know when the Blinkit will be profitable. Again, in future also, there is a lot of competition, cost cutting and all that, price cutting also. So I think from last one, I'm not bullish on both Swiggy and Eternal, so I'll stay away from them.
Okay. Got it. Thank you so much, Tapan, for that. But we're completely out of time. And thank you from Sharad, the team that put the show together, and myself. In fact, lots more lined up on the other side. This is a special show now at 1 p.m. on the supply disruptions that have been caused on the back of the Iran-Israel war, the gas disruption, as well as crude price hikes. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
New year, new power panel, India Market Open, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock, with a table-thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open, your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner.
Good afternoon, I'm Hira Aldaria and welcome to our special coverage of the big disruption that is being caused by the war in Middle East. In fact, the Iran-Israel conflict has triggered a wave of fuel shortages, shipping delays, raw material price hikes, and it's just cascading. From textiles to packaging, jewelry to ceramics, the entire value chain is feeling this shock, feeling the heat, which is then translating into price hikes and impacting consumers today as well. Let's decode the impact industry by industry. Joining us, we have Kumar Jain, Vice President and Spokesperson, Indian Bullion Jewelers Association, that's IBJA. We have Mr. R.K. Vij, President, the Textile Association. Manoj Bhai Arvadia, President, Morbi Ceramic Manufacturers Association, will be joining in. And we have Mr. Vijay Singh Dubbal, President, Maharashtra Bottled Water Manufacturers Association. Welcome to the show, gentlemen, and always a pleasure to speak to you and happy to have you to discuss the kind of impact we are seeing on the ground within industries as well. Let me start off with the disruptions that are happening. Mr. Kumar, let me come to you first. You know, it started off with tariffs. Once that got eased, now you're talking about supply disruptions on the back of the Iran-Israel war. What is the status right now when you talk about the jewelers who are exporting as well? Because I think it's the diamond industry which has been impacted the most.
Yeah, definitely the gold has reached to 2,72,000. And with GST, it is went to 270,000. So the gold has gone so high, and basically as the Iran attack on Gulf countries, they are selling the gold at discount rate because of Iran is attacking that. So anyway, in India it is both silver and gold both are high. Usually happens when there is a war, it is a gold and silver says to be safe haven. So people rush on that. That anything happens to the gold, the only saving is the gold and this thing, silver, if they want to carry anywhere, one place to other place. So they will rush it. Still gold has not gone up. Gold will reach to 2 lakh rupees.
So you're saying it's the gold pricing which is having an impact. A quick follow-up that I want to take with you is, how is the impact on the diamond industry when it comes to Surat? Because exports and imports from the Middle East have been halted is what I hear. And 90% of world's diamonds are actually processed in Surat. How are you looking at that angle?
Surat manufacturing is same, but selling there is a problem in all the, like in America, there are 35,000 shops are there, which are on the basis of India Surat diamonds manufacturing. So that way they are, they are stopped selling. Now they are on CVD. They are selling CVD.
Okay, moving on. So that's with regards to where the jewelry aspect goes. Now, let me actually look at the impact that the textile, industry is also seeing. Mr. R.K. Vij joining in. Mr. Vij, let me come to you. The surge in textile production is what is coming across. Exports, the costs are increasing. What is the on-ground impact that you are seeing?
Namaskar ji, Ram Ram ji. I'll just tell you the textile is the second largest business in India after agriculture, and it employs about 10 crore of people directly and indirectly. And in the textile, most all MSMEs are there. And now looking to from the last 12 days, 13 days, as present, we were depleting our inventories, but now the textile, the prices has gone up because in the textile there are two products mainly. One is cotton, another is man-made fiber. World over man-made fiber, and as well as in India, man-made fiber is going up, and it is a petrochemical product, and it comes from the oil. The basic raw material is PTA and MEG. In the last 10 days, the PTA, the prices of PTA and MEG has gone up by 15 to 20 rupees per kg. So with that, ultimately the downstream prices has gone up. This is a very alarming for the textile. And another main is the one is the price. Another is the energy cost, because most of our spinning processing unit are working on the gas. So if the gas will not be available to the industry, then the fabric finishing will not be there. That will hamper the garment industry as well as and the upstream industry. The PTA and MEG, yes, PTA and MEG is already short because we are importing about 30 to 35% between two countries. One is PTA is from China and MEG is from Saudi and Kuwait itself. Due to the problem of Hormuz Strait, our ships are stuck up there, and we are afraid that after 15 or 20 days, if this war doesn't stop, then we will not get the MEG from these countries, and then over I think 30 to 35% of the industry will close down apart from the pricing.
So, Mr. Vij, you're saying if this continues, 30 to 35% of the industry will have to shut down. You've spoken about the surging production cost overall. Apart from this, what is the impact when you're talking about the shipping cost, and at what capacity are the factories in these areas, actually operating? From 100%, has their operations come down to around what, 40-50%?
No, as on today, because all the textile, they are keeping an inventory of 20 to 25 days. So because for the export, they have to keep fabric and yarn for 20-25 days. For us, for PTA and MEG, we also have to keep that. Prices is the one factor. But now onward, some of the members have told us that they don't have sufficient PTA and they don't have sufficient MEG, and this if this war continues now, slowly, and moreover, if we have to run a factory, we can't close the factory totally when our raw material will finish. So we have to reduce our capacities from today onwards or from tomorrow onwards, and first it will be reduced to 5 to 10%. 10% industry is also already stopping. And moreover, the garment which are export oriented, mostly cotton garment are export oriented. So due to higher insurance prices, due to one container cost has increased by $3,000. So 10 to 15% power cost has increased, 10 to 15% transportation cost has increased. So industry has started closing down. This is the main, we are doldrum. Apart from prices, the availability of raw material will not be there.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
it continues.
correct. I mean, you're talking about availability of raw materials, you're talking about impact on pricing. So the entire supply chain is getting disrupted over here. And in turn, there is a potential price hike that the industry will have to take. And it's not only textiles, you're talking about industries across. In fact, let me get in Manoj Bhai Arvadia as well. Manoj Bhai, let me come to you in terms of Morbi, because always when there is a conversation about anything happening to either gas prices or availability, Morbi is one of the first locations that everyone eyes to understand the kind of impact. How are you looking at it? Because have shutdowns already started? And if yes, what is the quantum of shutdowns that you're seeing right now? Because there are a lot of reports circulating saying that it's shutdowns at 90 to 95 of the 700 to 725 tile plants on the back of the propane shortages. Is this number correct, or is it higher than what we are even knowing?
No, that is the correct news you have. Actually, our ceramic industry is the second largest.
Okay, I think we've just lost his speed. We'll come back to Manoj Bhai shortly. But another industry what we're talking about is the beverage industry, the water industry that is getting impacted as well. In fact, price hikes that have already come in. From what I understand, if you talk about the water industry, they've gone ahead and increased prices per box of bottled water by 25 rupees. I mean, you can see on your screens the kind of surge that they've seen in terms of raw material prices, from the preform prices, cap prices, labels, shrinks, as well as the sticking tape. A massive surge that has come in. Mr. Vijay Singh Dubbal, President of Maharashtra Bottled Water Manufacturer Association, joins in. Mr. Dubbal, मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि अभी ये जो प्राइस हाइक्स आने लगी है, एक है कि आपका रॉ मटेरियल प्राइस बढ़ गया है जिसके वजह से आपने प्राइस हाइक्स ली है, बट ये आपने 10 रुपए से चालू की थी जो अभी 25 रुपए तक हो गई है पर बॉक्स. ये 500 ml की बोतल होगी कि 1 लीटर की बोतल होती है?
नहीं, एक्चुअली ये जो प्राइस हाइक है बॉक्स के ऊपर है. पहले हम जो बॉक्स रिटेलर या डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स को दे देते थे, उसमें जो प्राइस हाइक हुआ है, पहले दिन हमने 10 रुपीज का उसमें ऐड कर दिया प्राइस में, और उसके बाद जब और प्राइस बढ़ता रहा रॉ मटेरियल का, तो अभी हमने 25 रुपीज पर बॉक्स का, वो 1 लीटर का हो या हाफ लीटर का हो या 250 ml का हो, तो पर बॉक्स का प्राइस हमने 25 रुपीज के हिसाब से हाइक कर दिया है.
तो दुब्बल जी, रॉ मटेरियल, ओके. सो दुब्बल जी, अभी सप्लाई का क्या सिचुएशन है? क्योंकि एक बार जो आप प्राइस हाइक तो ले लेंगे, बट आपको सप्लाईज आ रही है कि नहीं, नंबर 1. और दूसरा ये भी सुनने में आ रहा है कि जो पेट बॉटल्स का जो वो दाने बनते हैं, वो दाना बनाने के लिए गैस यूज होती है, जिसपे गवर्नमेंट की भी इच्छा है कि वो अभी नहीं बने पेट प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए और वो कंजम्पशन के लिए डाइवर्ट हो. अगर ऐसा सिचुएशन होएगा तो कैसे हम आपको सप्लाईज कैसे आएगी? आपको लगता है सप्लाई क्रंच हो सकता है?
एक सप्लाई क्रंच तो अभी भी हमें हो रही है. 100% सप्लाई नहीं मिल रही. बहुत सारे प्लांट्स अभी महाराष्ट्र में बंद, 20 to 25% प्लांट्स अभी बंद है बिकॉज ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल अवेलेबल नहीं है. और दूसरी चीज, अभी हमें रेट्स भी हाइक करने पड़े बिकॉज ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल और इसकी वजह से. लेकिन मैं गवर्नमेंट से ये गुजारिश करना चाहता हूँ, वाटर इज ऑल्सो इसेंशियल प्रोडक्ट. सो गवर्नमेंट से हमें सपोर्ट चाहिए कि अगर वाटर का रॉ मटेरियल हमें नहीं मिलता है तो बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स मार्केट में आ सकती है. तो रॉ मटेरियल मिलना बहुत जरूरी है. राइट, मतलब हम रेट हाइक दे के भी अगर रॉ मटेरियल अभी हमें अवेलेबल नहीं हो रहा है.
अंडरस्टूड. सो रेट हाइक लेने के बावजूद रॉ मटेरियल अवेलेबल नहीं हो रहा है. मनोज भाई, आई थिंक इज बैक विद अस. यस मनोज भाई, आप बोल रहे थे कि यू वर टॉकिंग टू अस अबाउट द इम्पैक्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ द शटडाउन्स दैट हैव ऑलरेडी हैपेंड इन टर्म्स ऑफ मोरबी एंड द क्वांटम ऑफ गैस दैट इज अवेलेबल राइट नाउ, द सप्लाईज दैट यू आर गेटिंग in Morbi. How sustainable is going to be? For how many days do you think the plants will be able to operate?
Actually, as I told you, in the Morbi is the second largest ceramic cluster, and there is around the 700 factory is the working, and from them around the 100 to 120 factory are closed due to the proper short supply, and we have the two fuel. We are using the two fuel. One is the LPG, and one is the propane. So there is the Gujarat gas, natural gas is supplying continue right now, the 50%. And yesterday we received the message from the government they calculate the 80% of the consumption according to last 6 months consumer. But propane gas is totally stoppage now. One of the private company have just little bit stock, and there's some factory are they using. And if this situation will be not stable within 1 week or 10 days, so we should be have to shut down all the industry, and the natural gas are only the survival. So we request to government, they have the stock, and they are just yesterday announced to 80% users only. So we hope the government will be provide to us all of the factory according to gas availability, not the percentage, 80%, 60% or 50%, whatever they have the stock. According to that, they have to provide all the industry.
So you're saying that there is a potential where, if everything goes back to track, you'll be able to ramp up production. Is there an alternative raw material that you can use where you can take a switch from the current raw material that you're using?
No, actually, we don't have the optional fuel any. We have only the propane and natural gas. Right now, the both have the problem. Actually, so more than 65% of factory are using the propane, and 35% around the factory are using the natural gas from the Gujarat gas.
Okay, and this kind of disruption, what I want to ask you, Manoj Bhai, is if this continues, is there a potential that permanently plants actually be closed down as well?
Yes, actually this continue, this supply will be not continue, so we should be have to shut down all the plant.
Okay, but how much will permanent closure look like? Say 5%, 10%?
No, this is not permanent. This is the temporary, not permanent.
No, I understand. What I'm asking you is, now if this disruption continues for long, there will be some smaller plants as well. For them, survival will become very difficult, right? So it could lead to permanent closure as well. So if that happens, is that a potential risk?
Yes, sir. All factories have to stop. 700 factories, but some sanitary waste factories are using the small quantity gas. So they are working. That plant is around 160 plant. They are working. The rest of the around the 540 plant have to stop permanent.
Understood. In fact, let me go to Mr. Kumar Jain as well to understand the diamond industry over here. Mr. Kumar, my question coming to you is, now we've spoken about the impact on the jewelry business on the back of the way gold prices are moving, the way silver prices are moving. Now, if you have to look at the Middle East, from what I understand, Dubai holds 60 to 65% of the global rough diamond tenders. Now, parcels of diamond exporters from Surat to Mumbai are also stuck. What is the situation on ground according to you in terms of exports to the Middle East, number one, and two, the collapse that is happening?
All work has been stopped due to the gas, because the goldsmiths are working on the gas and petrol, diesel. Gas, they are working on fire, everything. So that has been stopped. Almost now, in short time, if gas is a problem, Iran is giving 18% gas to all over India, all over the world. So if that creates a problem, the all work will stop it. All work will get stopped, get stuck on it. There will be a big problem of supply.
There is a major problem of supply right now. And okay, so currently what's happening in Surat on ground? Every businesses have stopped, manufacturing or polishing diamonds and everything?
Yes, definitely. Everything work on gas and fire on.
Okay, understood. In fact, so we've spoken about ceramics, we've spoken about jewelry. When you talk about textiles as well, it's not more in terms of gas supplies. I mean, as Mr. Vij was mentioning, but when you talk about exports, Mr. Vij, my question is, what is the impact you're seeing going ahead? Because shipping costs have gone up, as you mentioned, the kind of surge that has come in. Is there any rerouting happening through the Cape of Good Hope? And if that happens, the number of days of transit increase, adding to the costs. Are these alternative channels being used?
Ma'am, I'm just telling you the major is the PTA and MEG. In India, approximately 2.5 lakh metric ton PTA is short, and which we are already importing, and about MEG, it is about 1 to 1.25 lakh metric ton short per month, which we are getting from Saudi and these countries. So these are the, apart from the prices, these are the short. Now comes to the regarding that if any product MEG will not come from these hardy countries, then we have found out that the other way from the other routes, we have just found it out that that it will take 20 to 25 days more, and with the extra cost of $3,000 per container. So, but ultimately, if we will not get the material, then whole industry will go about 30-40%, because 65 to 67% availability is there in India. Now I'm telling you, because PTA and MEG about 80 to 85% is used directly and indirectly in the textile, and about 70%, 65 to 70% goes directly fiber, filament, fabric, garment, and about 20 to 25% it goes to the PET chip. As you were telling, that PET chips goes to the PET bottle, and then PET bottle goes to the recycling of fiber, and then ultimately goes. So this all will go, but we are looking after the alternate routes, and that of course it will take time, but we hope that all leaders are very learned, including Mr. Trump. So we hope this war will come to an end within a week. So we all pray that this war should.
तो बाकी के बेवरेज इंडस्ट्री में भी ये इम्पैक्ट आ रहा रहेगा, आप उस पे कुछ इंसाइट्स दे सकते हैं कि क्या इम्पैक्ट है, क्योंकि उसमें भी पेट बॉटल्स यूज होती है, सेम रॉ मटेरियल्स यूज होता है.
एक्चुअली सभी जगह पे इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है, वाटर बॉटल्स में आ रहा है, बेवरेजेस में आ रहा है, कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स में आ रहा है, सब जगह पे इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है. लेकिन इम्पोर्टेंट है वाटर में, जो पैकेज ड्रिंकिंग वाटर है वो सबसे अभी इम्पोर्टेंट है. बेवरेजेस में आता है तो कोई इशू नहीं है उसमें, लेकिन जो इसेंशियल बात है, आज लोगों को पानी पीना जरूरी है, पानी की रिक्वायरमेंट ज्यादा है, और अभी हीट इतनी बढ़ गई है, और इस सिचुएशन में अगर रॉ मटेरियल नहीं मिलता है और कंजम्पशन अगर ज्यादा है और पैकेज ड्रिंकिंग वाटर अवेलेबल नहीं है, तो बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकते हैं. सो आई थिंक रॉ मटेरियल अवेलेबल होना बहुत जरूरी है इस टाइम पे.
ओके, तो आपके हिसाब से अभी कितनी इन्वेंट्री होएगी दुब्बल जी इन टर्म्स ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल्स पूरे इंडस्ट्री के पास, कितने दिन सर्वाइव हो पाएंगे?
अभी मेरे जो हमें रॉ मटेरियल मैन्युफैक्चरर से जो हमें पता चला है कि अगले 8-10 दिन का ही स्टॉक हम दे सकते हैं, या उसका भी कुछ अभी ये नहीं है. आप जिस दिन हमें रॉ मटेरियल की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसी दिन आप हमें पूछो पहले रॉ मटेरियल अवेलेबल है क्या, फिर ही पैसे ट्रांसफर करो. ऐसे हमें जो हमारे वेंडर्स है रॉ मटेरियल के, उनसे अभी आंसर आए हमें.
ओके, लाइकवाइज सो ये था बेवरेज इंडस्ट्री, वाटर इंडस्ट्री के बारे में. मनोज भाई, आपसे भी यही सवाल है कि आपके हिसाब से जो फैक्ट्रीज या जो प्लांट्स ऑपरेशनल है, what is the quantum of availability when it comes to raw material right now, and for how long according to you will they be able to sustain? Manoj bhai, you're on mute.
Can you ask me again in Hindi?
Yes, go on.
या अभी जो रॉ मटेरियल गैस अवेलेबल है ओनली फॉर गुजरात गैस के पास अवेलेबल है. प्रोपेन गैस टोटली ड्राई हो गया है. तो गुजरात गैस अभी जो है वो 25 लाख क्यूबिक मीटर पर डे जो हमको दे रही थी, उसमें से 50% अभी लास्ट मंथ से, अभी लास्ट फर्स्ट मार्च से दिया है. तो जिसके पास जितना स्टॉक है वो स्टॉक खत्म होने के बाद 1 by 1 फैक्ट्री जो है वो शट डाउन हो रही है.
ये स्टेटस है टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री का. और मिस्टर जैन, आपसे भी इफ आई हैव टू टेक द सेम क्वेश्चन, कि अभी जो ऑपरेशंस चल रहा है जिसमें गैस यूज होता है, आपने जैसे बोला गोल्ड स्मिथ वो लोग गैस यूज कर सकते हैं, तो वो कितने दिन का स्टॉक है इंडस्ट्री के पास? आपको कुछ उस पर आइडिया हो, या आप उस पर कुछ एनलाइटन कर सकते हैं?
नहीं, बेसिकली गवर्नमेंट ने 25 दिन के बाद एक सिलेंडर एक्सचेंज करने की बात की है.
ओके,
जो सिलेंडर 25 दिन तक चलेगा उसके बाद काम बंद करना पड़ेगा, उसके बाद दूसरा नया सिलेंडर आएगा. 25 दिन के बाद के पीरियड ऐसे सिलेंडर रोज दूसरे तीसरे दिन में चेंज हो जाते हैं, इतना काम चलता है. और अभी सीजन है, शादियों की सीजन है, शादियों की भरमार है, रिसाइकल गोल्ड से चल रहा है और फ्रेश गोल्ड से भी काम चल रहा है। एक जबरदस्त काम चल रहा है इस समय गोल्ड सिल्वर में, और रेट भी बढ़ रहे हैं। तो इसकी वजह से बहुत बड़ी शॉर्टेज हो जाएगी। गैस का सप्लाई की वजह से इमीडिएट उसका इफेक्ट आएगा।
ओके, बट वो हो गया गैस का, वो बनाने के लिए रॉ मटेरियल का इम्पैक्ट हो गया, बट सप्लाई चेन जो डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है, जो आप एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, क्योंकि डायमंड ज्वेलरी काफी इंडिया से एक्सपोर्ट भी होती है, तो उसमें क्या दिक्कत आ रही है?
नहीं, उसमें वो सब गैस की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है ना। आप काम करते हो वहां पे, हमेशा इवन डायमंड को फिनिश करते हो, उसमें घंटियां चलती है, उसमें गैस सप्लाई होता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं जाके गैस का सप्लाई बंद हो गई है, 25-25 दिन से मिल रहे, तो ये बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होगा।
Understood. So basically, across industries जो हम बात कर रहे हैं अभी, there is a major impact that is coming in as well. But thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining in. A pleasure to speak to all of you and get your insights to understand what is the on-ground situation right now when you talk about LNG supply disruptions, natural gas disruption, the spike that has come in terms of crude prices, which is also impacting a lot of industries, and exports which have got delayed, which have got stuck on the back of the Iran-Israel war, because the Strait of Hormuz is something which is stuck. People have to deviate through the Cape of Good Hope, but that is something which takes an additional 15 to 25 days when it comes to getting into the US and the European markets, increasing the costs when it comes to transportation as well. So across, there is mayhem right now. That's what we've been talking about. And the government is trying its best to make sure that these disruptions are something which have been taken care of. They're trying to provide as much support as they can. But completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this special edition on the supply disruptions that we're seeing right now in India and across globally. Thanks for watching, and lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी, jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single.
Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vachrajani. We're today putting spotlight on a company called GSP Crop Science, which is an agrochemical company, an IPO which is set to open on 16th of March and ends on 18th of March. This is a total issue of 400 odd crores, of which 240 crores is fresh issue and of for sales is 160 crore. The price band is set between 304 to 320. Now, to take this conversation ahead and to understand as to how the IPO proceeds will be used, what the company does, etc., we are now joined by Bhavesh Shah, Chairman and MD of GSP Crop Science, and Shahil Sahu, who is CFO of the company, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and thank you so much for taking out the time. Bhavesh, the first question, I'll take this up with you. The idea of coming out with this IPO, because it's going to be both a combination of fresh issue as well as some offer for sale. What is the fund going to be used for? The 240 crore that you'll be setting aside as a fresh issue?
सी बेसिकली 240 करोड़ जो फंड है हमारा, वो डेट रिपेयर के लिए हम लोग यूज करने वाले हैं, और बाकी का जो है वो 160 करोड़ जो 50 लाख शेयर्स जो हमारा है वो हम लोग यूज करने वाले हैं एज ए OFS.
ओके, आपकी रेवेन्यू स्ट्रीम्स दोनों टाइप के, राइट? देयर इज डोमेस्टिक सेल्स एंड देन देयर इज एक्सपोर्ट सेल्स एज वेल. भावेश, कैन यू हेल्प मी अंडरस्टैंड कि अभी का ब्रेकअप क्या है डोमेस्टिक और एक्सपोर्ट सेल्स में?
राइट, सी वी हैव हमारे पास टोटल B2B डोमेस्टिक, B2B एक्सपोर्ट एंड B2C डोमेस्टिक ब्रांड है, और जिसमें हमारा जो B2B डोमेस्टिक एंड B2C मिला के 80% है, और हमारा 20% जो है एक्सपोर्ट है.
ओके, शाहिल, द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज फॉर यू. अगर मैं आपके पिछले 3 साल के फाइनेंशियल्स देखूं फ्रॉम 23 टू ऑलमोस्ट 25, द ग्रोथ हैज बीन स्लाइटली म्यूटेड. 1200 करोड़ का टॉप लाइन था इन 23, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, टू अराउंड 1300 करोड़ इन 25. जस्ट वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आपका पूरा जो मार्केट है वो कैसा है, अभी डिमांड कैसे है एग्रोकेमिकल्स में, बिकॉज इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग कॉम्पिटिशन भी बहुत है इस स्पेस में.
Right, Mahima. So, as you pointed out, the revenues have been muted. There has been a value erosion since 2023. Post COVID, the value of products have come down. So, there has been volume growth, but because of value erosion, the top line is not being seen in that aggressive way. As you said, there is a lot of competition in the market, but then we have been differentiating ourselves by bringing out patented formulations and focusing on our marketing strategy to increase our share. So if you could see, last 3 years there has been growth. The top line may not be very aggressive, but from a bottom line perspective, if you see, we have grown in a decent way since last 3 years now.
Okay, so then Shahil, that is the reason as to why your EBITDA and margins have been improving, because of the kind of product diversification that you're aiming or doing?
Yes. So since last 3 years, we have come up with a strategy where we are developing new patented formulations which are combination products. And because of this introduction of few products in the last 3 years, we have been shifting our product mix to a morely differentiated portfolio, because of which there is a good margin that we are seeing, and that has resulted into this growth of profitability.
ठीक है, ओके. भावेश, your total borrowing, if I'm not wrong, as of September was around 321. This is your total borrowing, not just just the long term one. And use of proceeds में आपने बोला कि some of it is going to be used for repayment of this debt position as well. Post this, what is your debt position going to look like?
Post एक मिनट,
yeah. So I'll just maybe
sure.
So we are repaying a majority of this loan proceeds as a objective of this IPO. Whatever phase 2 is coming, we are repaying 150 crores. Remaining will be there, but then out of internal accruals in the upcoming 3 years, the plans that we have, we like to be deleveraged and not increase our further leverages going forward.
ओके भावेश जी मैं जस्ट आपका आरएचपी देख रही थी और यू ऑल्सो हैव यू नो काइंड ऑफ सप्लाइड टू यूएई एंड मिडिल ईस्ट एज वेल कंसिडरिंग द एंटायर सिचुएशन राइट नाउ जो वॉर का चल रहा है कोई बिजनेस पे इम्पैक्ट आया है?
नहीं, और हमारा बहुत ही कम है जो गल्फ कंट्रीज में हमारा मेजर जो एक्सपोर्ट है वो नॉर्थ अमेरिका एंड साउथ अमेरिका, तो लेटम कंट्री में हमारा मैक्सिमम एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है।
ठीक है, और सॉरी
तो इसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत ही कम है, हमारा डायरेक्ट गल्फ कंट्री में बहुत कम एक्सपोर्ट है।
ठीक है, एंड गोइंग फॉरवर्ड भावेश जी आप प्रोडक्ट कैटेगरी में और क्या व्हाट आर यू प्लानिंग टू ऐड लेट्स से 3 years डाउन द लाइन टू ग्रो दिस टॉप लाइन यू नो मीनिंगफुली, और क्या एडिशंस करने वाले हो आप?
बेसिकली ऐसे स्ट्रेटजी हमारा रहा है कि इन टेक्निकल वी आर वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग इन टेक्निकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, वो भी हमारा बेसिक रॉ मटेरियल से हम लोग बनाते हैं, और हम लोग जो नए ऑफ पेटेंट टेक्निकल होते हैं इमीडिएट हम उसको यहाँ पे फर्स्ट टाइम टेक्निकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते हैं, और उसमें भी हमारा इनोवेटिव प्रोसेस जो रहता है उनसे हम लोग टेक्निकल बनाते हैं। साथ में उसमें हम लोग जो फॉर्मुलेशन जो पेटेंटेड है उसको हम जो है लाते हैं। पिछले 3 साल में हमने टोटल 12 ऐसे पेटेंटेड प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च किया है, और जीएसपी के पास टोटल 102 पेटेंटेड प्रोडक्ट है जो ऑलरेडी हमें ग्रांट हो चुके हैं, और पाइपलाइन में और 108 प्रोडक्ट है। तो इन फ्यूचर ऑल्सो जैसे जैसे टेक्निकल प्रोडक्ट आउट ऑफ पेटेंट हो जाएगा, सेम हम लोग वो नए प्रोडक्ट लाएंगे, और उसके सपोर्ट में हम लोग पेटेंटेड प्रोडक्ट भी एवरी ईयर 2 से 3 प्रोडक्ट हम लाएंगे ताकि हमारा बिजनेस सस्टेनेबल हो सके।
Got it. Sahil, manufacturing facilities, give us a perspective as to how many manufacturing facilities do you have right now? What is the capacity utilization looking like?
Sure. So currently we have 4 manufacturing facilities. 2 of them are technical manufacturing facilities, out of which one at the Nandesari, which is near Vadodara, is the largest manufacturing facility. And we have 2 formulation plants. One is near Ahmedabad and second is in Jammu. So total of 4 plants. Out of these 4 plants, the technical manufacturing capacity, currently the utilization is around 70-75%, wherein we see some debottlenecking happening going forward. And the formulation capacity is not a constraint for the growth that we are aiming.
Okay. Sahil, what about capex plans going forward? Are you planning to add more capacities?
So recently we have had one intermediate plants that we have just commercialized in last some time, and that is in the process of getting commercialized. And there, other than that, we don't plan any major fixed assets investment. We are planning some investment in registrations for export business. That will be one capex expense. Other than that, it will be morely from a maintenance and debottlenecking of existing plant to increase the capacity in the existing facilities itself.
Got it. Bhavesh ji, one last question from my end. You know, abhi pura trend in agrochemicals is about bioagrochemicals. Your view on this one? And if you already have product lines for bioagrochemicals, or if you're planning to kind of add that to your you know product lines?
Yes. सी बायो प्रोडक्ट एंड न्यूट्रिशन प्रोडक्ट जो है अभी इंक्रीज हो रहा है। ऑलरेडी हमने पिछले 3 साल में हमारे पास 2 प्रोडक्ट हमने लॉन्च किया है, जिसमें से हमने एक जो प्रोडक्ट है वो हमारे पेटेंट के लिए भी अप्लाई किया हुआ है। आगे आने वाले टाइम में भी हम लोग उसमें हमारा बास्केट जो है इंक्रीज करने वाले हैं। जो नई जो पाइपलाइन है उसमें भी हम लोग काफी प्रोडक्ट न्यूट्रिशन प्रोडक्ट में हम लोग लाने वाले हैं, क्योंकि आज जो स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट को करने के लिए हैंडल करने के लिए ये न्यूट्रिशन का प्रोडक्ट का जो है वो रोल काफी बढ़ रहा है। तो उसमें और बायो प्रोडक्ट दोनों में हम लोग फ्यूचर प्लानिंग भी कर रहे हैं।
Just one more last question, Sahil, to you. A lot of startups or companies right now are using AI and tech to kind of detect you know pests in crops, and are kind of developing around that area. How do you relate to that one thing, and do you also kind of adopt AI and technology in your business as well? And if yes, how?
Yes, so sure, Mahima. So yes, as you said, startups are coming up with good various solutions. There are new innovative solutions coming in, delivery mechanisms, in identifying early identification of pest, mapping of thermal waves to identify where the pests are. All these are very helpful to the farmers and to companies like us for us to know in advance how do we place our material in a way which is effective for the farmers. We are also leveraging these technologies. We are having our own in-house applications where we are trying to connect with the dealers and our employees, and then now we are extending it in the next phase to the farmers also, where we'll be giving them this best practices of crops and monitoring them so that the yield and the output of the farmer increases. So that is how we are trying to leverage this technology.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number 1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े
Welcome. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers here at NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vacharani, and with me, as always, is Soumit Sarkar. Well, before we move on to the interesting conversation that we've lined up for you today, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. The Nifty 50 has recovered from its day's low point, now trading almost at its day's high point, but still down by about 0.3%. It's just below that 23,800 levels is what we are seeing. The Bank Nifty also, if you can try to pull that up, has also recovered from its day's low point. So good recovery at least coming in for the day, down by about 0.3%. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map quickly to see as to what are the stocks that have actually led to that recovery and what are the counters that are doing fairly well in trade today. You have counters like Coal India, which is topping that chart, up almost 5%, followed by Adani Enterprises, which is also up 2.3%, followed by NTPC, Jio Finance, Power Grid, Tech Mahindra, all seeing gains anywhere between that range of 1.5 to 2%. But on the flip side, auto stocks continue to be under pressure. M&M, Eicher Motors, Maruti Suzuki, etc. With regards to where the broader end of spectrum goes, the mid-cap 150 and the small-cap 250 were underperforming the benchmarks. The mid-cap 150 has now turned into green, up almost 0.5% at its day's high point. The small-cap 250 also up by about 0.2% and has turned into green. So from cuts of about 1.3 to 1.4%, we are now seeing broader markets in that range of at least gains with around 0.5 to 0.2%. Quickly, the advanced decline ratio, because that will indicate as to how the broad end of spectrum is looking like. And there you go, there is a divergent now. You have slightly more advances as compared to where the declines go. But moving on to our conversation, Imagica World Entertainment is in focus on the back of their new announcement coming in with regards to their launch of Hello Park in Hyderabad. And lots more to talk about, right? The entire LPG disruption happening will also impact, parts of its business. To understand all of this and to decode all of this, we are now joined by Jay Malpani, who's the Managing Director of Imagica World Entertainment, joining us now. Jay, very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for taking out the time. My first question to you is, with regards to the Hello Park in Hyderabad that you've launched. You did indicate this in Q3 that you were going to launch 2 Hello Parks. One of it is already launched. Give us a perspective as to how this synergizes with the business, because it's an interesting one. And the second launch, I believe, is planned in Mumbai. What are the timelines for the same?
Sure. Thanks for having me on the show. The first Hello Park is in Hyderabad. So that is something which we should expect launching in another 4 months. So that's the go live date for that. And the second location is something which we are scouting for in Bombay. So that should be which we are targeting by end of this year. So we are planning on doing 2 to 3 launches this financial year. We are looking at all the operators, all the malls across all the cities potentially, which fits our ticket size as well as the size which we are looking at. So plan is to do 2 to 3 centers this financial year, the coming financial year.
And what
is synergizes with our business because we are branding it as Hello Park by Imagica World Entertainment. So our branding kind of goes across all over the cities. The second point is, as we are going across all over India with our amusement parks, water parks, and this format is focused for 3-year-old to 13-year-old kids. So this is like an entry into our amusement park, water park segment. So we want to do end-to-end spectrum of all the amusement parks and water parks. So as a kid gets introduced to all these concepts, they become our future customer for the bigger parks. And this is complemented to our indoor-outdoor entertainment bit, because we kind of tap into all sorts of entertainment and not just water park, amusement park with this project.
Got it. Jay, the other aspect, once this Hello Park is launched, because it is asset light in nature, what is the kind of time period in which you'll expect break even, and a rough estimate of what kind of top line growth, is going to come from these Hello Parks?
So the kind of break even which we are expecting is we'll have couple of months of operational heavy with regards to marketing, but on a console year basis we'll be operationally break even and EBITDA positive is what our assumption is for the first store. And the payback for these stores are somewhere between 3 to 3.5 years is what the payback is for these stores. And as we start scaling up, the paybacks tend to get shorter because we kind of have to spend less on marketing, as well as the buying purchase power goes up for us with the equipment which we are purchasing. So the payback shrinks after that.
Okay. Okay, this is all about the Hello Park that you are supposed to launch, a couple of them. But when it comes to your existing business, the biggest news right now is that there is gas shortage across the country. Anything or any issues that you're facing, any of your parks that could see a hit in any of the operations? Could it be food or any other thing that could get impacted because of this?
Correct. So currently we are well placed because we have some stock for another 1.5 months, which is starting into our season. So for the next 1 to 1.5 months, we are well capitalized on that. So we don't see any big challenges coming through. And I'm sure as the situation progresses, government is trying to figure out and solving for this issue as well. But in the near future, as our season starts from April, I don't foresee any big challenges coming through with this. But if it extends, then of course we have to figure out a solution and make it work for the F&B bit of it. But that is something which we are hopeful the government solves for in the interim period. But for the next 1.5 months, I don't foresee any challenges with that.
For the first quarter, at least by till May 15th, you will work on 100% capacity. Or 100% yes. Operationally, right? So, okay. Yes, now given the fact that, as you are mentioning, that the peak season is now coming, what is the kind of growth that you're expecting there?
So all our parks are, last year we had a down year because of the monsoon hitting early and the India-Pakistan war which had started. But this year we are expecting around 8 to 10% or minimum growth in terms of all our parks combined together. We are operational with our indoor park as well. So even that should see an uptake in terms of numbers in the overall, at the overall park scenario basis.
8 to 10% is what figure? Is it the footfall figure growth that you're expecting?
is the footfall figure growth we are expecting. Yes.
Okay. All right. Just one last question with regards to your JV with Keshav Holidays. You were in early stage of discussions. What is the progress like right now?
So we have signed the LOI with them. We are in conversations to kind of get the overall deal finalized and the documentation done. So as soon as that is done, we are hopeful that we capitalize on this season, which is coming up in summers. So we are hopeful to close the deal and start operations as soon as possible. But as and when it's crystallized, we'll come back and kind of open it to the public and disclose it as well.
All right. Okay, Jay, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those queries. Pleasure speaking to you. With that, let's also welcome in our guest for the day, Lancelot Dikuna, CIO of ValueX Wealth Connect, joining us now. Lancelot, thank you so much for waiting by. Your quick view on Imagica World, as well as, if you can give a combined perspective along with Wonderla as well.
So, Imagica World is basically in the theme park business. And it's a very interesting transformation that is happening. Earlier, it was focused on Bombay with only one location and basically running a water world. Now they seem to be having multiple cities and smaller different formats, and that should be interesting. But if you look at the revenue growth, it hasn't really been great for the last couple of years. And maybe these new theme parks will spin off into a much larger revenue growth. But there's also the investment which is upfront, and that investment, will need to get recovered over a period of time. So I think while they are in an interesting phase, from a valuation perspective, looks a little expensive at this point in time. Maybe once the valuations, reflect the increased earnings, then it will be more reasonable to look at it from a little longer term investment perspective.
Okay. Well, that was the view on Imagica. Moving on, let's get in Sharad. Yet another weak day of trading. Yes, we have seen some recovery coming in. But Sharad, what's buzzing on the FNO side?
Well, largely the sell-off is there, but some kind of recovery is being attempted here. Let's just pull up both Sensex and BankX to give you the entire picture. But remember, in the last half an hour or 1 hour of trade, Sensex will be volatile as well, as there is a weekly expiry at play as well. Let's just pull out the stocks to see what's happening overall in Sensex, and largely we see there's a sea of red definitely continuing, and the auto stocks are taking a big beating. But on the other hand, Coal India, Power Grid, and all the power related stocks, they are doing well in trade as well. Reliance, however, is holding up, and that's a good sign. Technically, it's just up 1% in the day's trade. Last time it was almost 0.7%. So a little bit of increase definitely has happened. And right from the last time at 10:45, the situation is slightly better on the recovery, but nevertheless, still the market is on toes. BankX also, the technical setup is weaker than Sensex if you look at it. And stock specific moves is something which is dictating the markets. Let's look at the long build up, and JSW Energy and Tata Power make it to the list. The entire power sector segment is doing really well. Even the ancillaries are picking up now. Apart from this, let's look at the short covering candidates. This also includes BHEL and SRF. Interestingly, SRF makes it to the list. There's a good amount of short covering happening in this counter as well. Long unwinding candidates, they include PG Electroplast and Nykaa. And lastly, short build up comes in from these two stocks. I've just could show. Largely, we are going to see the auto names, and interestingly, Piramal Pharma and IndusInd Bank have made it to the list. And these two stocks were there last time also at 10:45, so no major change in that segment. But net sector-specific moves are something which is dictating the market right now.
Well, thank you, Sharad, for that. Moving on, KSH International is one counter that has been buzzing in trade. It is the third largest and the largest exporter of magnet winding wires in India. So quite a niche kind of product is what this company makes. They produce standard and specialized magnet winding wires, which is used in transformers, motors, alternators, generators, EV traction motors, appliances, railway and power transmission and distribution equipments. It supplies to leading OEMs in India under the brand of KSH, and it is the approved supplier to Power Grid, NTPC and RDSO as well. Now do remember, being an approved supplier is a very time consuming process for any company. Nearly 94.5% of its FY25 revenue came in from repeat customers, indicating that stickiness is quite strong here, and its peers, there are only two listed peers as well for this company, Power Industries and Precision Fires. And if you look at the valuations for KSH International, they are quite cheaper compared to what its peers are trading. Now, ICICI Securities initiated this buy report on this counter with a target price of 600 rupees, which suggests an upside of nearly 45%. Now, what the brokerage here is saying is that the demand for transformers is surging in the domestic and the global market, and thus the demand for specialized conductors which form the core of transformers will also accelerate going forward. Now, given the fact that supply is limited due to manufacturing complexity and elongated approval process, as I was mentioning earlier in the link, KSH is a leading supplier, and that benefits the company going forward. KSH is also looking to double its capacity to 59 kilotons to meet the increased demand. And the brokerage is expecting the company's volume, EBITDA and earnings to grow at a CAGR of anywhere between 24 to 43% over FY25 to FY28. A strong return potential is something that we are looking at this counter, and for the past few days the counter has been gaining in trade despite a weak market today. The counter is largely flat. It was in the negative territory, but it has bounced back strongly and is currently trading largely flat in trade. Lancelot, have you looked at this counter KSH International at the current valuations, or does it look like a good buy?
So, currently it is trading at 40 times its earnings, and, the business outlook does look interesting because, there is a larger allocation from railways for expenditure on their rolling stock as well as electrification. And, the government is focusing on transmission lines, etc., which will all need products which are manufactured by KSH International. However, you have to also understand that the profit margins are very low. Profit margin is about 6 to 7%. So this narrow margin can be very sensitive to prices of raw materials. And at the moment, you are seeing like a surge in prices of copper, etc. So it can be a bit risky, because if these are not passed on to the customers, then the company may have to absorb some portion of the higher prices, especially when they've committed certain pricing at lower raw material prices, and then when they actually procure the material, the prices rise. So you could see some negative surprises going forward. So one needs to be a little careful, but otherwise the business does look a little interesting because there is a good growth potential coming.
All right, Lancelot, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us with all those insights on the stocks that we discussed about. But the other pack of stock that has been buzzing since the past couple of days is the stocks that kind of sell induction cooktop. Because of shortage of LPG, all of these counters are buzzing on the heavy demand and sale coming in for induction cooktops. The stock performance, for example, TTK Prestige in the last 4 days has seen a gain of around 27%, Butterfly Gandhimati around 19%, Stovecroft around 12%. And all of these companies, if you take a look at the contribution of revenue coming in from induction cooktop, the highest is for TTK Prestige around 10 to 12%. For Stovecroft, it is around 9 to 12%. For Butterfly Gandhimati, it is anywhere between 5 to 8%, and lowest for something like Borosil, Bajaj Electricals and Hawkins. The price range for these cooktops is generally between that 1700 to almost 9000 for all of these different bands. And with regards to where valuations go, of course Hawkins and Borosil are the cheapest amongst the pack, but the contribution coming in from them for induction as a theme is also very low. So keep that in mind. But otherwise, all of these counters trading above that 50 times P, trading 12 months. So this is the overall view on all of these counters as to why they've been buzzing. But with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Do stay tuned, and because Ask Profit is up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new water show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, a show that solves all your stock related queries. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me is Mahima Vashajani, and we'll try and solve those stock related queries in the next 25 to 30 minutes or so. Do start sending them on the WhatsApp number that is flashing on the top of the screen. You can also call us, talk to us directly on your stock related queries as well. Before that, it's been a very, very volatile market in that sense for today, and when you look at the Nifty 50 heat map, as well as the chart of course on your screen right now, we've seen buying again from the lower levels but then selling again at the higher point of the day. We're very similar to where we were in the morning. Yet again, there are almost 10 to 15 stocks in the green, but meaningfully the contribution continues to be in the red. And what's surprising is the fact that the Nifty Auto continues to bear the brunt of this market selling. So maybe it is where a lot of people have made their money. They are comfortable with pulling those funds out right now, given the volatility that's seen across the board. So when you look at the top 3 losers for the Nifty 50, it's visible in Mahindra & Mahindra, Maruti amongst others that are down in trade today. And so is Eicher Motors. There you go. Tata Motors PV also features. So top 5 losers contains 4 auto lists, and Ultratech, despite being very close to those levels where it has seen buying previously, is down today as well. But the sectoral heat map gives you that perspective that the Nifty Auto continues to be under pressure. Apart from that, spaces that have done well, like the private banking space, money being taken off money there as well, but also FMCG that's taking where you've seen that impact. Brokerages highlighting the impact of the Israel-Iran war on impact on the commodity cost side, having a pressure on the FMCG index, and today that's visible. Nifty Energy, the CPSC, oil and gas, essentially the defense plays that would be benefited in this sense are the top gainers. But advanced decline ratio, before I go to Mahima for the broader markets, also show you that perspective as well, because it has been a topsy and turvy day. While it had a lot of those declines, the advances have actually steadfast been today, and Mahima, it's right now 1:1, very close to that, and that's largely led by the broader markets rather than the benchmarks today, right?
That is true. There's a very good recovery that we've seen in the broader end of spectrum. At least now we are trading in the green territory for both the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250. The mid cap 150 just up by about 0.13 odd %, but still at least in the green. The small cap 250 slightly in the red, just flat as we speak. So that's with regards to where the broad end of spectrum goes. But with that, let's also welcome in our guest for the day, Avinash Gorakshakar, founder and head of research at Avinash Mentor Research Services, and Chandan Taparia, head technical derivative research at Motilal Oswal, will be joining us shortly. I'll take up the first question with you, Avinash, and this is coming in on NMDC. Our viewer Rajshekaran from Dubai is asking with regards to this counter and wants to know whether from a long-term perspective can he continue to hold or book his partial profits at the moment. What's the view?
Mahima, I can't hear you. Your audio is not,
Okay, no worries. We'll get back to you. I think there's a technical issue that we have at Avinash's end. But, with regards to where markets go, like I was talking about, there has been recovery is what we're seeing. If we can quickly pull up the BSE 500 and see as to where and what counters have actually seen good recovery coming in. Adani Total Gas still leading the pack and probably at its day's high point, because last when I checked, it was trading around 7% higher, now up by about 10 odd %. TTK Prestige, around 10 to 12% of their overall revenue comes from that induction cooktop, and that is why we're seeing that uptick of 8%. In the last 4 days, this counter has seen a gain of almost 27%. NLC is the other counter which is doing fairly well, up 8%. All power names also doing fairly well on the back of an expectation that the demand for electricity will go up. So JSW Energy is also up on the back of that. KPI Mills seeing gains of about 6 odd %. Adani Power, like I said, power stocks doing fairly well, up 6% as well. But on the flip side, Tejas Networks has had a hard time in the past few days, right? Down 5% today as well. Piramal Pharma, TVS Motors, Escorts, Kubota are some other names that are down in that range of 4 to 5% each. But we have Avinash back. And Avinash, I was talking about NMDC. Our viewer Rajashekaran is asking if this is a good counter to continue to hold from a long-term perspective, or should he book partial profits?
No, I think in the very near term, I don't think we could see any major earning triggers for NMDC as of now. But I think clearly if metal companies do well and the metal cycle progresses much better than what we currently have today, then I think iron ore prices definitely have started inching forward. So, if the investor can wait for the next 6 to 8 months, I'm not aware what kind of price has he purchased the stock. But definitely, I think if he can hold on for the next 6 to 8 months, I think he can definitely expect a decent risk reward. So from a medium term perspective, I think one can consider holding on to the stock.
Got that view, Avinash, and welcome to the show. The next one also sticking with you with DOMS Industries. Now, our viewer is asking if it's a good time to enter the stock. Let's look at the 1 year chart also. Avinash, what would you recommend?
I think DOMS Industries is a well-established player in its product category. In fact, it's one of the largest player there. And I think the company has delivered very good numbers. In fact, Q3 has also been pretty decent. We expect that fourth quarter also should be a pretty good quarter for the company. But I think if the investor has at least a 12 to 15 month call, I think he can definitely think of starting nimbling in the stock. But that too in a small SIP oriented approach. I think rather than allocating capital immediately, it's better that he apportions his capital steadily and then I think gets in. So structurally the company looks good, but I think keep a time frame of 12 to 15 months.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on DOMS. The stock is up. But it's fallen down from its day's high point, but still up 5% as we speak. We have Manish Modi calling us from Gujarat. Manish, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
मैडम इस वक्त मैं BSE सिर्फ ले सकता हूँ 2860 के आसपास का रेट चल रहा है।
हाँ।
तो आप मेरा गाइडेंस देंगे, मैं खरीद सकता हूँ?
ठीक है। और मनीष कितना टाइम पीरियड के लिए आप ये खरीदना चाहते हो?
2-3 महीने के लिए।
2-3 महीने, ठीक है। फिर मैं आपके लिए टेक्निकल व्यू, ठीक है, समझ गई। ओके, वी हैव चंदन विथ अस। चंदन, BSE अगले 3 महीने के लिए डू यू थिंक ये लेवल्स बराबर है एंटर करने के लिए?
या गुड आफ्टरनून महिमा और मनीष जी, बिल्कुल आपने अच्छी कंपनी को पिक किया है एंड आई थिंक दिस इज वन ऑफ द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट काउंटर। बाजार की वॉलेटिलिटी के बावजूद भी यहाँ कोई मेजर डिक्लाइन नहीं देखने को मिले, सो मेजर ट्रेंड इज पॉजिटिव and we have noticed that multiple time it took support near 2530, 2550 and turned higher. So positive bias could continue. One can hold the position with support of 2650 for an upside target towards 3100 to 3250 kind of level.
Got that view, Chandan. Welcome to the show. Another query also for you, Chandan, on Shakti Pumps. Yesterday was a big beneficiary of the Jal Jeevan Mission announcement. Our viewer Sunil is asking if it's a good time to buy this counter and what would be the levels to watch out for. What's your recommendation?
Yeah, so on last trading session, the counter was on budge due to the announcement and extension of the scheme. But if I look at the risk-reward ratio point of view, then it looks attractive now. Otherwise, trend is negative. It has been making lower top, lower bottom from last almost 14 months, corrected from 1380 to 460. But now risk-reward ratio is favorable. So one can buy with support of 500 for a recovery to a 600, 620.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Shriram Finance, and this is coming in. Do we have the name of the viewer? Okay, we don't. But the question is from a short-term perspective. The viewer wants to know the stop loss and the target for this one. Chandan, your view on Shriram Finance?
Yeah, so major trend of the counter is positive. We have seen some volatility in between, but trend remains intact. In fact, the counter is holding well above its 50-day exponential moving average. So for short-term point of view, he can hold the long position with support of 988 for an upside target towards 1100 to 1125.
That view, Chandan, but the next query coming in is on iFinance. Now, Lalita from Bengaluru is actually asking this question. Now, it's a recent listing. Avinash, what would you recommend? Because she's bought 60 shares at roughly around 130 rupees per share. Let's look at iFinance. What would you recommend? Is it a good time to continue to hold this counter? Because valuations weren't a concern, but the financials weren't that supportive, right? In that sense, Avinash?
No, I think it's better to hold, at least till the Q4 numbers come out, because I think we yet don't know what is the kind of financial trajectory the company is planning to put out. But I think looking at all the NBFCs and the financial, intermediaries like banks, I think the March quarter will be very important, and post that, what kind of commentary comes from the management, what is the kind of growth outlook. So at these levels, I think the investor should patiently wait, at least for the next 2 to 3 months, and then we can take a fresh review.
You're right. We've got Venkat calling us from Bengaluru. Venkat, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
Very good afternoon to you, Mahima. I'm a regular viewer of your channel. You have all been doing an excellent job.
Thank you so much, Venkat.
In fact, this is regarding the investment which I would like to make it. I have got land to be utilized now. Is it the right time that I can enter any of the stocks? And if you could get me 4 different stocks so that I can split it.
Fair. Okay, Venkat, got your question, and thank you so much for watching us regularly. Your view and your comments certainly made our day. I'll take this up with Avinash. Avinash, your view right now, he wants to deploy around 1 lakh rupees. He says he wants 4 stocks where he can do that right now.
No, I think clearly, from the auto space, he could look at even Mahindra and Mahindra. I think today I saw the price at around 3100. That could be a good entry point. Secondly, I think you could even look at companies like Varun Beverages, with the hot summer coming. This is one company which is going to outperform in the current year. So I think Varun Beverages at the current level could offer a decent risk reward. The third company could be Yatharth Hospital, which is into the hospital space, has got a very large base in North India. So here also, I think, at the current level, Q3 numbers have been very rock solid. Q4 is also going to be on track. So this could be a good bet. And finally, you could look at, companies like Indian Hotels, which is a large, hospitality player, operates pan India. This has also been beaten down. But I think once clarity comes in, we have the geopolitical situation pretty much cleared. I think this is a good entry point to make a decent alpha over the next, say, 12 to 15 months.
Got that view. We actually also have a question on a short-term view on Mahindra and Mahindra from Suresh. And thanks for your response, Avinash. But Chandan, at roughly around 3200 also, this counter looked very appealing, right? And now has slipped to 3000 odd levels. Is it a good time to buy is what Suresh is also asking. But how do you see this move over the last couple of 100 points for this counter?
Yeah, so company is good from fundamental point of view, but on technical perspective, it has been making lower top, lower bottom from last almost 10 weeks. It has seen a corrective move from 3840 to almost 3030 level. So I believe let it correct further to accumulate. I believe 2950 could be a key support zone where it may find some stability. So utilize the decline with support near 2950 for upside move towards 3450 to 3500.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on M&M coming in. In fact, last couple of days we've been hearing views both fundamentally and technically, and both have, largely remained constructive on this one. But the next question is from Rishad, who's writing us, Abdul Rishad, who's writing us from Kerala. He's asking about IOCL and wants to know if this is the right time to make an entry from the next 6 months perspective. Chandan, your view?
Oh, IOC may remain volatile due to the crude and oil issues, but yes, multiple supports are visible near 155. So one can keep the support to 155 for an upside target towards 170 to 173.
Got that view, Chandan. The next question is coming in on Jyoti Labs from Joseph. He's writing to us from Kochi. Avinash, he's holding the shares at 287. This counter just seems to have fallen off a cliff in terms of the interest from investors as well. Your view on the stock?
No, I think company has been delivering quite well, in the FMCG space. I think my sense is that probably the January to March quarter could see a good strong growth. And I think they operate in a market where, margins are fairly competitive, but I think they do enjoy a very strong market share. So my sense is you need to give some time for this company to put out a better set of numbers. I think January to March and hopefully the next financial year should be decent. So I think continue to hold. If at all, you can even average the stock, but time frame needs to be at least 12 to 15 months.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on Jyoti Labs. We've got Sumant calling us from Hyderabad. Sumant, what's your question about?
Hi, I'm holding currently 1,200 shares in Bharat Cooking Coal Limited.
Okay.
I bought it at 42 rupees. So as a short-term point of view, do I need to hold it or sell it off?
Okay, Chandan, I'll take this up with you. Your view on the charts?
Yeah, so this is the trending name nowadays from last couple of hours. But yes, it has bottomed out. If I look at the price behavior of last 7 to 8 weeks, counter has seen a corrective move from 45 to 31, bottomed out and negated lower top, lower bottom. So with higher base at 33, it can head towards 41 to 42 kind of levels.
So that's the view on Bharat Coking Coal, a recent listing, and that's Chandan view coming into stock. The next one is also Chandan for you on Akums. Now, Rao from Visakhapatnam actually wants to purchase this counter. Is this the right time?
So I think let the counter get some stability. I won't be in hurry to buy the entire setup now because already we have seen decent recovery from the lower levels. But as of now, if someone is looking for slightly positional point of view, then any sort of decline can be bought here.
Right, the next one is on Sterling & Wilson Solar. Hariom is asking this question. He is holding with an average price of 330 on this counter. Have you already taken this query?
No, we haven't.
Okay,
but,
all right. Okay.
His name is Sunny.
Okay, his name. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, his name is Sunny. He was just greeting us, saying Hariom. So my bad. So Sunny's question is on SW Solar. He's bought it at an average price of 330. Wants to know if this is a good time to add or should he exit the counter? Avinash, your view?
No, I think he can continue to hold. My sense is after the fourth quarter, I think it will be very important to hear the management commentary because see clearly in the renewable space, there has been quite a big oversupply. And I think margins are now going to come under pressure. Plus exports are now restricted. So I think it's better to wait for the quarter four numbers and then think of averaging. But as of now, he can hold on.
Thank you, Avinash. But time now for the rapid fire round in this edition of Ask Profit. Avinash and Chandan, keep your answers on buy, sell or hold so that we can take as many in the next 3 minutes. The first one, it's coming in from Anita. She wants to invest 1 lakh rupees in Ashok Leyland. Would you recommend that, Avinash, or now or in a staggered manner?
Yeah, I think he can buy, but in a staggered manner.
Yes Bank is the next one. 10,000 shares is what Amit has bought at the levels of 23. Hold or exit, Chandan?
Try to exit.
The next one's, coming in from Madhesh. He wants to buy into Tata Motors passenger vehicle. What's a good level that you would recommend, Avinash?
Well, I think, again, follow a SIP approach. I think don't allocate entire capital immediately.
Ola Electric. Harish Rao is asking if fresh buy at the current levels makes sense. Chandan, your view?
Wait and watch.
Home First Finance bought at 1090. Chandan, what's the short-term view for Manju?
Yeah, so I think some recovery could be seen in the counter. With the support of 950, it can bounce to 1100.
Right time to enter TD Power is the question coming in. Avinash, your view on this one?
Yeah, I think definitely from a longer term perspective, one can accumulate.
Bajaj Finance stock was down 4% yesterday. Avinash, Muralidharan is asking if it's a good time to enter.
I think again, my sense is don't buy everything in one shot. Start staggered buying, and you can definitely accumulate.
ICICI Bank, what is the short-term view, Chandan?
Yeah, so short-term decline could be bought with the support of 1200. It can bounce to 1350.
Motilal Oswal bought at 908. What would you recommend, Avinash, for 200 shares?
I think continue to hold here.
Canara Bank, can a bounce back be expected? Is Arvind's question coming in? He's bought at the level of 160. Chandan, your view?
Yeah, high probability that with support of 133, it can head towards 150, 155.
High-Tech Pipe bought at 114 from Govind. He's asking what he should do with this counter. Do you track this counter, Avinash?
Yeah, I think company can do well. I think Jal Jeevan will definitely ensure that a lot of incremental orders could come to the company.
Okay, DOMS bought at the levels of 2302. Can I continue to hold for today is the query that our viewer has. Chandan, your view on the charts?
Yeah, some recovery can be seen.
The next one, that's on TVS Supply Chains, bought at 130 from Bhavana. What should we do, Chandan, with this counter?
I think let it correct to almost 198 kind of level to accumulate.
HDFC Bank, 2-year views. Keshav wants to know. Avinash, your view?
No, I think continue to hold.
Parity Phosphate bought at 177 by Ramesh. A view here also, Avinash?
Yeah, I think you can continue to hold.
SBI Cards, Parthasarathi is asking if he can hold, sell, add more at the current levels. Chandan, your view?
Better wait and watch.
And the last one, Hindustan Copper, yet again on focus. Chandan, a quick one here as well.
I can suggest continue to hold, but you can also look at the Nelco.
Look at Nelco, all right. Got your view, Chandan. Chandan as well as Avinash, that's the end of the rapid fire as well as the afternoon edition of Ask Profit. Thanks so much for joining in and helping us solve all these queries. But viewers, that's all the time we have on this edition of the show. India Market Close comes up next. Thanks so much for watching.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number 1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है
Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations. And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching India Market Close. My name is Alex Matthew and Tamanna Inamdar. Both of us are going to be taking you through the next 1 hour of trade. Things are not looking as bleak as they did at the start of trade today, and I'll tell you about why that is. First of all, this is your headline. Down about 0.5% for the Nifty 50, and the Nifty Bank actually off the low point of the day as well, down about 0.6%. And there are several factors that are at play right now. The Nifty is facing declines for a second consecutive session. It has managed to recover from the low point of the day, and it's actually recovered about 190 points or thereabouts from the low point of the day. Tamanna joining me as well. But the Nifty Bank, Tamanna, that is what has been one of the big stories today. It continues to underperform, but it has recovered from the low point of the day.
You know, the reason that the bank Nifty is looking so weak, Alex, is because of the kind of outflows that are coming in, and institutional outflows that are heavily positioned in banks and large private banks are going in the opposite direction. Let's just pull up the India VIX if we can and look at what's happening there, because that's a good gauge of the fear factor, and that has cooled off a bit, about 0.5% up. Your advanced decline has also improved in relative terms, as of course are your broadline indices. I want to pull up the mid cap has actually dipped into the green or come into the green. Your small cap index, let's pull that up as well. So broader markets have improved largely.
For me, that is a story actually. For me, that is a story. The recovery in both the small cap and mid cap index close to 2 percentage points from the low point of the day.
You know, I think one of the reasons, and pull up the Nifty intraday, I think one of the reasons possibly is the coming in of that ship. It's a Libyan ship which has come into Indian waters in Mumbai actually, and it's the first vessel to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now there was a statement from the Iranians saying that we have not allowed any Indian flag carrying vessel to come in. That's okay, technically that's correct, but this is a Libyan flag carrier of a ship, so maybe that's given some relief. Pull up the Nifty contributors if we can, and just, you know, it will take you through what has brought some relief to the markets, and it's all of the power and energy space, right? RIL, NTPC, Coal India, Power Grid, that's where all the focus is, because it's energy stocks that are doing okay at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Pull up the broader markets as well, and actually you should also pull up the So there you go. So look at the recovery from the low point of the day for the mid-cap index. Similar story for the small-cap index as well. And Tamanna was talking about the advanced decline ratio. That is best showcased by the chart of the advanced decline ratio, right? Because you started off the day with a pretty large gap between the advances and the declines, and you have reached more or less even Stevens at this point of time. We're joined by Avinash Gorakshakar, founder and head research at Avinash Mentor Research Services. Avinash, we're seeing a significant recovery from the low point of the day, but there are a few cohorts, particularly the gas producing stocks and the power stocks, that are doing particularly well today. Would you buy into any of these, considering that this conflict does not seem to be going anywhere anytime soon?
No, I think, Alex, in the near term, I think it's very difficult to give a direct call, because my sense is that the gas shortage and the gas availability is not going to change dramatically in the short term. In fact, I was reading about Britannia. Almost 40% of its capacity is powered by gas, and almost 35 to 40% is outsourced. So, gas unavailability is going to actually create a problem for large majors like Britannia. And most importantly, even as of now, there is no clarity as to when normal supplies would, come in. So I think as of now, I think it's just better to stick on and hold on. I don't think, unless we get some more clarity once the March quarter numbers are out, at that point of time, you get a direct commentary from the management as to what the situation on ground is. And at that point of time, maybe we could take a fresh review. But as of now, I think we just need to sit little tight, observe things for some time, and then once clarity comes in, we could move on, because the geopolitical situation is actually changing by the day. So I think it's very difficult to pinpoint as to whether everything is now safe and clear, which doesn't look, at least for the moment.
There are some reports coming in that there is a negotiation on for Indian carriers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't know if that is the case, and it gets pretty tricky if you take a look at it geopolitically as well, which is why you have to look at what are the worst hit sectors right now. And I think, Alex, safe to say that it's the auto space which is seeing the most pain throughout. And there's a couple of reasons why this is getting compounded. One is the raw material and the supply chain breaking up because of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz and the choke over there for the auto sector, and then the fear that demand will come down if crude prices are so high.
Anticipation of demand, yes, certainly that's panning out. And also, let's also face the fact that auto ancillary players have a significant exposure to exports. And we've been speaking to several entities, not necessarily in the automotive space, but those entities that are outward facing. They're concerned at this moment about how much of their trade will get affected, because so much of trade that takes place is maritime led, and this entire Strait of Hormuz region is now becoming fraught with danger. You had this morning a representative of a shipping agency that was saying that at least their ships are not plying in that region anymore. Insurance is going up, and so even if there is insurance that is provided, ships are not willing to ply. And of course, there are also some interesting developments that say that ships that are moving in that region, Tamanna, are doing so by switching off their transponders, and they're essentially moving in the dark to ensure that they're not broadcasting any signals, and so therefore cannot be targeted.
It is so fraught with danger. I hope foolhardy decisions are not being taken, and I'm sure they aren't being taken right now. Statements coming in from the IEA saying Iran war is causing the biggest ever oil market disruption. Some of those details on your screen right now. And that's, to be said, absolutely true. I want to just pull up the latest Brent prices for you as well. And at least you're not over $100 a barrel. That's small mercies, but at least you're not over $100 a barrel. The fact is that unless there is a way to push through some of these rates, nothing really is going to happen. Something has to come through the Strait of Hormuz for us to really see some significant easing off on crude prices. That becomes a difficult situation to crack. Meanwhile, what also struck me, Alex, is that Nifty IT has relatively done okay, and a whole slew of reports, and obviously it's gotten buried in everything that's happened today. A whole slew of reports talking about how maybe the AI disruption has been overblown.
Yeah, that's an important point. And take, for example, Happiest Minds, because this is one stock that will showcase, and pull up the chart for the last week or so for Happiest Minds, right? It may be under a tad bit of pressure, but remember that it has gained quite considerably in the week gone by, and particularly over the course of the last couple of days. We had a conversation with the management earlier today, and what they were saying is that there is an improved outlook for the year FY27 because in their estimation, their artificial intelligence adoption has been quicker. And so there is a role, as several people have pointed out, for adoption of artificial intelligence, and the role that Indian IT services players will play in that will be one of facilitation. And there is certainly not going to be a situation where they are dropped hook, line and sinker. So watch out for the pack. It has been viewed in the past as a defensive play, and even in market today, it is falling less than certain other pockets. So you have L&T Tech, you have Tech Mahindra, HCL Tech, all trading in the green. And don't forget that HCL Tech also has been seeing promoter buying at several levels heading into today. But let's go to our stock of the day, and that is Adani Power, and it is perhaps representative of the sector because the sector is doing particularly well today. The stock has been buzzing as power stocks are gaining on the back of summer predictions. Remember that there is already a higher temperature than you've seen in past summers, the early onset, and there's also a higher possibility of an El Nino playing out this time around. Let's go across to Puneet to find out what's at play here. Puneet?
Well, thank you for that. That's definitely one of the key triggers is the demand from the summer season, but also the rising risk of lower output of gas led by the current war is the other key factor that will impact the supplies in H1 of FY27. Hydropower generation has also been slightly on the weaker side, and hence to offset this, you might see thermal-based power plants come back and need to have give sufficient demand at this point of time as well. Now, power generation, this will of course take a majority of the load, and the power demand is expected to be the normal to better given in the summer season as well. And the high demand could drive strong merchant earnings as well, and hence the stock continues to be in focus today. Of course, the company has 18,000 megawatts or roughly 18 gigawatts of capacity already across the 13 thermal and 1 solar asset as well. But the incremental capacity addition will lead it to almost 41 gigawatts by 2032. Now, in terms of the financials, FY25, the company reported 56,200 crores in terms of revenue. That's up from 26,200 back in FY21, which shows a 21% CAGR in this particular time frame. Apart from that, the EBITDA has also kept pace at 21,300 crores, again a 25% CAGR. And while net debt has increased to almost 38,000 crores, it remains limited to just 1.9 times in terms of the leverage, and hence moderate given the scale. They've also front loaded a lot of capex, hence the debt, but largely moderated at 1.9 times. When you finally look at analyst rating, all analysts who are covering the stock have a buy rating on the stock. Total 7 analysts cover Adani Power at this point of time, and the consensus target price stands between around 182 rupees, which shows a 25% upside even from the current level. So at 12 months forward EV by EBITDA is at 13 times and hence at par with the historical valuation. So that's the gist of what's working for Adani Power today. Multiple key factors, but of course summer season and the shortage of gas being one of the key ones.
Puneet, it's not only Adani Power, is it? You have the whole clutch of gas stocks as well as power generators that are zooming today.
Well, most certainly, and you continue to put all of these in focus. When you pull up Tata Power as well, that stock is also reacting very positively at this point of time. So all these stocks are continuing to be in focus, but the back to generation, or essentially the thermal stocks and the reliance back on them is putting focus on all of these traditional power stocks as well.
Got it. All right, let's take a check on that. Puneet, thanks so much for that. And Rajesh Palbia joining us right now. He's the Senior Vice President, Technical and Derivatives Research at Axis Securities. Rajesh, thanks so much for taking the time. What is the view on these power stocks? Because there seems to be a fundamental reason why they're going up, but there's also seemingly some technical strength as well.
Yeah, good afternoon. So all power stocks are, showing sign of strength. Looking at the near-term structure, most of the stocks have attracted long built-up setup on the derivative data, be it Tata Power, NTPC, even Coal India. All these stocks are showing sign of strength and managed to give breakout on the near-term, short-term charts also. So looking at the structure for Tata Power, we do believe that now stock is negotiating with its falling trend line on a weekly chart. Looking at the breakout above 400, we believe that if it continues to trade above 400 mark, I think the next target on the higher side we may see towards 420, 25 kind of zone. So at this juncture, yes, one can hold or even fresh buy can be suggested at this level with stop loss of 395. NTPC has managed to give breakout on the rounding bottom formation on the weekly chart. So after a long consolidation, stock has given a breakout on the weekly daily chart, and stock is comfortably holding about to all its near-term, short-term moving averages. So yes, one can focus on this stock also, and we are projecting target of 405 for NTPC. On the downside, the stop loss needs to keep around 385.
Rajesh, is there a call on the Nifty after the kind of turn you've seen? Would you take a late afternoon call?
Still, the trend is still on the weaker side, though Nifty not able to take out 23,800. So till these levels are not taken out by the Nifty in this pullback, I think still call writers may create some more, pressure at this juncture. So 23,800 we are focusing. If it crosses, then yes, some short covering action cannot be ruled out, as there is a rebound from the today's gap down low. So I think one needs to focus on 23,800 at this juncture. If it crosses, yes, one can carry some long position in call options where they can make some profit. So, but 23,800 is critical. But on the lower side, those who have already bought at lower level should trail their stop loss at 23,600, which is very important at this juncture on Nifty spot. But for Bank Nifty, 55,800 is the important level to watch for. That level needs to cross to initiate some short covering action here. But till these levels are not crossed, I think here we may see a range bound activity in range of 55,200 to 55,800 would be the range for next couple of days.
Got it.
Okay, stay on with us. I think IT is showing an interesting recovery, and I'm going to come to Rajesh Parvia for his top IT picks. What is really top of the line for him? Meanwhile, let me go across to that segment which is always awaited on this show. Soumya Sarkar joining us with everything that's possible.
Be quiet. A few stocks that dealers have highlighted in trade. Firstly is PB Fintech. The stock is gaining in trade, but dealers indicate that there are some sell flows on the large HNI desk that is coming up for this counter, and dealers expect that the IRDAI meeting will be very soon regarding the Bima Sugam platform launch, and this could be negative for PB Fintech. So keep an eye out for that counter. When it comes to ABB India and Coal India, both the stocks have been gaining in trade. In fact, Coal India is up more than 5% in trade. Dealers are expecting that there could be some positive news flow that could come in both the counters. Largely, they're expecting a positive brokerage note that could come in for ABB India and Coal India as well. For Jaiswal Neko, now large prominent HNI has been accumulating this counter in trade today. Dealers expect some positive news flow regarding some environmental clearance when it comes to Jaiswal Neko. And lastly, couple of PSU banks that have seen some buying traction right now. SBI and Union Bank, there are buy flows seen on the DI desk in trade is what dealers have indicated, and delivery volumes could well be on the higher side for SBI and Union Bank.
Okay. All right. So thanks so much, Somit, for getting us those details. So Tamanna wanted to get a check on the IT pack. Let's do that, Rajesh. And also the couple of stocks that Somit just mentioned in the PSU banking pack, which is State Bank of India and Union Bank, seemingly buy flows on the domestic institution desk. This is interesting because the PSU banking pack has gotten hammered in the recent past. Rajesh?
Yeah. So looking at the PSU banking basket, yes, we have witnessed some bit of profit taking in most of the PSU banking basket. But if we analyze on the short to medium term structure, most of the stocks are able to defend their either 20-day moving average or 50-day moving average. So which gives us confidence, yes, strength is still there on the short to medium term structure, and I think most of the stocks are trying to recover from those area. If we talk about SBI, it's almost hovering around its a 50-day moving average. So I think 1100 would be the important level to watch for on the near term perspective. If it's able to start closing above 1100 mark, I think we may see again buying interest to continue in this counter, and then gradually stock will start showing sign of recovery. So those who have already looking to buy this basket, I think SBI, yes, one can buy an equivalent on the downside. 1050 needs to keep as a stop loss at this juncture. But Union Bank is looking very interesting. Stock is almost trading around its 20-day moving average since last 3-4 trading session, and today's recovery is giving us confidence that if it stocks able to hold 179 level for next couple of days, I think this stock has potential to recover faster, and then we could see level of 195 to 200 going forward. So one can deploy some long trade in Union Bank with a small stop loss of 179.
Okay. I'm just wondering, in this power pack, Rajesh, would you pick up anything as the momentum increases? Because now this is a trend that has been seen for a while, whether it's JSW Energy, Adani Power, BHEL, Tata Power, the entire power pack, even NTPC Green Energy, NTPC, all of them up in the green for, of course, very clear fundamental reasons. But on the charts, anything looking exciting to you?
Yeah, definitely. So NTPC is our first choice in this pack. Another stock where we have witnessed a fresh breakout, that is JSW Energy. Here also stock now managing to negotiate with its January swing high. So I think the way stock is now trading around 520 levels. So I think these levels are important to watch for. If it's able to hold this 520, could be the next target around 545, 550 for traders we may see. At this juncture, 515 needs to keep as a stop loss if you are on the buy side of trade for JSW Energy. But whole power pack is looking attractive after long consolidation. Most of the stocks manages to give breakout. Even on the Adani Power also, stock managed to give breakout of its falling trend line, and almost now negotiating with its 50-day moving average, which is placed at around 150 zone. So any breakout above 150 can take Adani Power also further higher to 160-65 zone.
Okay. Meanwhile, some important updates coming in from the International Energy Agency. They're saying that global oil supply to rise by an average of 1.1 million barrel per day in 2026. They say that 400 million barrel reserve release is a buffer and a stopgap. Major oil supply cuts have come in Iraq, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE and Saudi Arabia, which is why some of the panic on oil, because supplies are coming down. Even so, the Brent is closing in on the $100 mark, but at least under 100 right now at $98 a barrel. Meanwhile, in the Indian context, one real impact is seen on LPG shortages. They continue to deepen. The question is, what are the realistic alternatives? And I'm not talking about those rushes to buy induction cookers. Is there more that can be done? Global studies are suggesting ethanol-based cooking could be a viable option, with several countries already adopting these systems at scale. Sharad Dubey taking us through what can be those alternatives we should start looking at. Sharad.
Well, thanks for that. Of course, we are not talking about wood or even induction tops, but there's an alternative. This is a what if analysis for this LPG gas. Now, the alternative can be International Agency has stated that roughly 200 million people could rely on biomass for cooking, and this heating can be done by 2030. Now, remember, the studies have shown that the ethanol stoves, they can be produced and operated at relatively low cost. This can be between rupees 800 to 1000, as low as that, if it's produced on a mass scale. Also, there are a lot of programs which are promoting these schemes, and these are already being implemented in countries like Brazil and Africa already. And the studies show that the ethanol stoves actually can reduce the household air pollution as well. Organizations such as ASTM have already introduced some standards also for ethanol cooking fuels and appliances as well. But what the policy recommendations can be there as an alternate? First one is they can launch a dedicated program to promote this ethanol as a cooking fuel. Also the CBG, this is nothing but your blending obligation framework that can be pushed to the ethanol segment as well when it comes to the blending. Remember, this is for human consumption we are talking about. Also, they can introduce carbon credits to support the large scale ethanol projects coming in. But interestingly, I checked the pricing also, the global pricing, how things are panning out, and the global prices are back at its 4-week high levels. Why this is important is because India's sugar exports, that becomes attractive, and that was the reason why some sugar stocks are also buzzing in trade. But more importantly, Brazil, which is the largest exporter of sugar, now they might divert their focus from sugar to ethanol because of a good pricing as well, and because of that the global prices and the domestic prices of India are at parity right now, and this augurs well for the Indian sugar stocks also. But of course, this is an entire analysis on the what if segment in case LPG becomes less and we focus on ethanol stoves.
Absolutely, very interesting one. What if analysis? I think it's well and truly time for that analysis. Vijay Nirani, MD at True Alt Bioenergy, joining us on the show today. I'm also speaking with Vijendra Singh. He's president of the All India Distilleries Association to discuss this as well. Thank you to both of you for joining us. I'm going to go to Vijay Nirani first. Mr. Nirani, is it viable, feasible, even possible to use ethanol as a source of cooking fuel?